Hello everyone. I welcome you all to the live session on Tableau Full Course by Intellipaat.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us.
Visualization of data is very important to understand the patterns in data and extracting the hidden information. This information helps in making important business decisions. Tableau is one of the top business intelligence and data visualization tools available today. Tableau is used by Fortune 500 companies in order to derive useful information from their data. The major work of Tableau software is to connect and extract the data stored in various places. It can pull data from any platform or a database like Excel, PDF, Oracle, and even AWS. It also helps in data blending and data analyzing very quickly. As Tableau plays such an important role in data visualization in this 21st century, Tableau career opportunities are at a peak. Tableau developers are in huge demand and are paid very well. That's why we at Intellipaat have brought a Tableau full course video to help you get started with this technology. In this session, multiple experts will be joining the session and will be covering all the Tableau concepts from basics to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation. So guys, without any further ado, let's get started.
Tableau means it's a BI tool. Now, when I say BI tool, what it means? It means it's a business intelligence tool. It's a business intelligence tool. Now, when I say it's a business intelligence tool, so now when I say the business intelligence tool, what it means? It means is something which can add value to your business is what BI tool is. Now, when we say Power BI, is it not a BI tool? It is a BI tool, right? When we say Excel is also a BI tool. Remember, all these things, the Tableau and the Power BI, everything starts, the basics of everything starts with an Excel only. Okay. So all these things are BI tools. Spotfire, it's again a BI tool. So all these things are BI tool, but yes, the functions of each and every tool is different comparatively to Tableau. So over here, we will be discussing Tableau. Now I'll start with the products of Tableau. What are the basic products of Tableau? Okay. Before that, I'll also discuss one more thing. When I say visualizations, what it means, there are two terminologies. One is the raw data, one is the visualization. Now, when I say raw data, what it means is anything which is there in your Excel, that is what your raw data is, which is not being visualized. Now, when I say which is not being visualized, what I mean is it is not being created in the form of a charts or the maps, right? The simple thing, if you look something that is very clear to your eyes, like let's say if you're watching a movie, that it will get stuck that what is happening and what is not happening, right? So similar, when we say data visualization, it means what? Representing the raw data that you have, and that raw data is represented in the form of charts. Not only in the form of charts, it is in the form of graphs. It can be in the form of maps and all, right? And yeah, this is what visualization means. Then, if this is visualization, how it can add value to the business? I mean, on what? So the question might arise, on what basis we can perform this data visualization? The first basic mantra of data visualization is understand the data that you have. And after understanding the data, you need to think, okay, let's say that I have two things. Okay, I have sales and I have profit. If I'm having two things, what is the best suited chart for those two things? That is what data visualization is. Now, when I say best suited chart, what I mean is, if we are representing something to the business, that has to be very clear, that even if you're presenting something, every time scatter plots or some messy things will not work, because that will not give you an insights from the data that you have. So data visualization is understand the data, getting the insights from the data, and then on the basis of that insights, you're creating a certain kinds of visualizations, and that visualizations is in the form of a charts, bar graphs, and maps. So this is all about the basics of the data visualization. Now, when I say Excel, though I have already covered, I'll just cover very short. The main thing is that, So the basic difference, as per my experience, what I came to know that whenever I'm talking about Excel, right? Let's say I'm having 100 rows in Excel. Okay. Now in that 100 rows, I have to create a charts. I can do it. I can also create all kind of charts and things in the Excel. But let's say after 100 row, I have to add one more row. Now what I have to do? I have to add it manually in that complete Excel sheet that I have. But this is what is known as refresh. When I'm using this terminology refresh, it means what? Adding the data, updating the data. This is the terminology that you will be using in further in Tableau. Now, when I am talking about Tableau, it is not like you have to add manually one row or two row or even 10 rows. There is refresh. These are the two things that we have in Tableau. One is incremental and one is full refresh. So what it will do is, this is incremental refresh and this is full refresh. What it will do is, it will automatically refresh the data. So when I say automatically refresh the data, what I mean is, it will automatically, it's just like you just need to schedule one job and that job will run and your data pops in. That is one of the best advantage of using the Tableau. And another thing is also that, let's say that the data source, I'm repeating data visualization, Tableau and all. Data sources is, what are the things? Where are you getting the data from? What is the feed? Now, let's say this Excel, this text file, this JSON, these are the feed files. Feed file means the feed file means the connecting, the source of the data. Now, what happen is, if you are directly updating anything in your source, that can be very easily updated in the dashboards. So we'll go with the products of Tableau. This is a very basic question. Sometimes it gets asked, but not a popular question, I can say. Okay. So products of Tableau, we have Tableau Desktop, we have Tableau Public. Please bear with my spellings, man. We have Tableau Online. We have Tableau Server, Desktop Public Online Server, new product launches, Conductor, Public, Desktop, Online Server, Conductor. What else? Desktop, Public, Online Server, Conductor. What's that? One more BI tool is there. Just like Alteryx, I forgot. Tableau Prep and Alteryx. Very important thing. Just now, one of the person is covering installations, right? And that person was also covering the public and the desktop. What exactly it is? So that is a question which is asked many times, and believe me guys, I had been interviewing IIT candidate very recently, and I just asked him, he's saying that he's having 4 years of experience. I just asked him a simple question, what is the difference? And he's not aware of the difference. So listen this very carefully. It's a very important thing. Tableau Desktop. First thing, when I say desktop, I am not referring to the screen that you have, okay? What exactly the desktop means is, in simple terms, when I say Tableau Desktop, the first thing, it's not the desktop that I have, right? It's not something that the desktop, what I will be referring to. Tableau Desktop is what? It's a software. The name of the software is Tableau Desktop, wherein you can visualize the data. Now, what is the difference between desktop and the public? So when I say Tableau Desktop, right, it means that when you're working in some organization, okay, now in that organization, what will happen is, those organizations will go with the Tableau Desktop. It's a medium wherein they can create their visualizations, right? Now, when I am talking about Tableau Public, so what exactly is the difference? See, they both are same. When I say desktop, this is public, this is Tableau Public, and this is how desktop will look like. So where comes the difference? The difference is, when you say public, what it means, let's say that you have created one dashboard in the public profile, okay? Now, let's say you have published it on the public profile. The people from all over the world can see your visualizations that you have created. Now, when we say can see your visualizations, what you have created, what it means, where is the confidentiality of the data? Let's say someone from the finance background, if you have created a finance dashboard and if the people views, it means there is no confidentiality. So now when we are talking about the Tableau desktop, we have a confidentiality, and most of the organizations, they go for the Tableau desktop. For those Tableau desktop, they have to pay the license. So there is a license cost associated with this particular desktop. When I'm talking about the Tableau public, it is free of cost. Another thing, very interesting thing. Now, when I say Tableau server and when I say Tableau online, when I say Tableau desktop, I have created a visualization. When I say Tableau public, I have created a visualization. Now, if I want to share the visualization, if I am talking about the Tableau desktop, I want this server and Tableau online to share my visualization. But if I'm talking about the Tableau public, I'll show you what I mean. App currently, okay. So what I mean is, in short, this server is embedded in the Tableau public. So when we say Tableau public and you just want to publish your workbook, it's not like you require the, you require the access to the server. It is free of cost. So Tableau public means Tableau desktop as well as the server, which is embedded. Both the things are embedded in the Tableau public, and you just publish it and there is a link. That's it. So this is basically the difference between this desktop and public. So we'll start with the server and online. When I am talking about the Tableau server, I don't mean this public thing that I'm referring over here. Okay. When we say Tableau server, what it means is Tableau server is also on premises. Tableau online is also on premises. Now, when I say Tableau server and Tableau online is on premises, what I mean is on premises is it is in your organization. No other third party or anyone else from some other world can access your data. Okay. Now, what it means is, let's say that. So, in short, don't get confused. This Tableau online means something online. No, same goes with the desktop. When I say desktop, this desktop means the screen. No, now Tableau server is also a server. Tableau online is also a server. The major difference is the UI is also same. If you are going with the Tableau server, the UI of the Tableau server will be same as that of the Tableau online. Tableau Prep and Alteryx, they are not related to each other. Neither are they. They are business partners. No. My only concern why I have written the Alteryx and the Tableau Prep over here is because Tableau Prep and Alteryx is what it's a data preparation tool. Now, when I say data preparation, see, there is a lot of demand of Alteryx also in the market nowadays. So prep is not that popular. Tableau has taken a good initiative for this data preparation with the help of this prep, but it's not that popular. But yes, the function of the prep and the Alteryx is same. I'll demonstrate this. I'll illustrate this with one of the example. Now, what example is? Let's say I have created one dashboard. Now, the data of that dashboard is 30 GB. So now the data is 30 GB. What can you expect if you're having 30 GB data in the dashboard? How can you expect the performance? There won't be. There will be some lag in the performance, or some loading will take place and all and all. Now, how can this be? How can this be get written off is with the help of the data preparation. Now, what we do in the data preparation is that it's just like you're getting the data, you are performing certain kinds of permutations and combination to get rid of some cleaning the data. I mean, so when I say cleaning the data is like removing the special characters or something else from the data. What will happen? You have already passed the clean data in the Tableau desktop. So it will automatically enhance the performance. You can perform all the joins and everything in this. All the joins and everything can be performed in prep also. It's so in short is just to clean the data. You can use the Tableau prep, but if the data is so huge, then next question is why not Tableau Desktop? Because Tableau Desktop can also clean the data. Yes, you can use the Tableau Desktop as well. If the data is so huge or if you want certain kind of automation, go ahead with the prep. It's a good tool, but Alteryx is much better than prep, I can say. Prep is good. It's not like, it's not good, but I feel as if I found Alteryx and all those workflows are good, are more enjoyable than that of prep. But all up to you. Both are same thing, and both tools are just for the cleaning purpose. One more product that is Conductor. So it's a very new launch of Tableau. It's again a product of Tableau. So when we say the product, it means that these are the different things which are performing the different operations, and these are the part of the Tableau. And another thing is that for all these things, you have to take the license. It's not like these are free of cost. No, for all these things, you guys have to take the license. Conductor is something of a kind of a scheduler. It will automate those schedules. Now, when I say those schedules, what I mean is, let's say that you have created one workflow in the prep. Now, it will just automate those schedules. You don't have to do it manually. It will, all those schedules. So when I say schedules, it means all those workflows, right? In this Conductor, all these things you don't have to do manually. It will be done on its own. So that's it for the Conductor, nothing much. And yeah, so that's it for the products of Tableau that we had covered. Now, there are two things in Tableau. One is the extensions, and another one is, before extensions, I'll cover another topic that is discrete and continuous. And after covering this discrete and continuous, we'll cover the extensions. Okay. Now, before that, the latest version in Tableau is 2021.4 is the latest version, but this is not yet in the production. But so in the production, the version is 2021.3, and after discussing all these discrete and continuous, I will let you know what exactly is the difference between all those versions. Interview question: what is the most of the time the guys will always ask you what is the latest features of 2021.3, 2021.4. So always keep in mind, whenever you're going for an interview, be prepared for few of the features of the latest versions that you guys have. Okay, so we'll start with the first thing, that is discrete and continuous. What exactly this discrete and continuous is? So what I'm doing is, I'm opening this notepad file. I have name over here. So these are the names A, B, and C. Whenever you are creating anything in the notepad, that is also your text file. So that always, if you're connecting it with the Tableau, you always have to connect it with with the text file. Okay. Now, these are the sales of. This is just a dummy data. So one more thing, whenever you are going with any testing or any understanding, the very popular data of Tableau is Superstore. Sample Superstore is a very popular data. But since it's the first or the second day, I'll go with a very small set of the data so that, I can make that concept, what exactly this concept is and what exactly I wanted to say. Okay. Now, let's say that these are the names and these are the sales of the person. So, yes. Now, I'm just saving this file. Let's say demo file. Now, just to give you a bit of the background of what exactly this UI is. Now, when we say these connections, these are the data. This is a very popular terminology. Most of the time, this is being used in the interview. Data feed. Now, when I say data feed, it means these are the different files with which we can connect our data, from where the data is coming. Now, so these are few other things that server. There are two things. One is the text file, or some what you say this. These are known as the flat files. That Excel and all the Notepad, these are all known as the flat files. Now, if you are connecting it with some file, here will be the different kinds of the files that you have. And if you're connecting it with the server, so this is a Tableau public, right? Now, if you are having a Tableau desktop version, you could see in the Tableau server, you to a server, you can have so many other, you can have so many other things like SAP, HANA, Salesforce, so many other servers you can connect, right? Now, when I say server, it doesn't mean that, it's a file. It's not a file. It's that there is a data which is sitting on some server, and from there you are getting those kinds of data from over. From there you are getting those kinds of data which is sitting on some server, right? Now, one more interview question. Most of the times the guys ask you, what are the different kinds of data feed that you have used in the Tableau? Most of the guys says flat files. Okay, if you say flat files, that is also okay, but always say that you guys have also connected with the server, let's say the SQL server or the Oracle server. And it's not like you have to know the complete background of all those servers. It's just like, if you directly connect it to the server, there will be some username and the password which your organization has already given you. And then what will happen is, just by entering all those credentials, you will be directly connected with the server. So that's it over here. Now, let's see that I have created one demo table over here, name of the different person and the sales, right? When I've connected this particular demo with the Tableau, what happened is, these are two things we have in the Tableau. One is discrete and another one is continuous. Again, an interview question, guys. Now, when I say discrete, what it means? So, two things, discrete and dimensions, continuous and measures. Now, what it means and what exactly are those things? What I have taken over here are the names. What are names? Names are alphabetical things. Now, anything which is in the form of a string or which is in the form of an alphabet, it will go in the dimensions. What we say the discrete. Anything in the number format, it will always go in the continuous, what we call it as measures. Now, this is not one of the difference, but yes, Tableau follows this. What exactly it is, that anything which is in the dimension, that will be blue in color, and if you hover over any of the measures, that will be green in color. Now, another difference, whenever we are going with an interview, they will always ask you, what is the difference between discrete and continuous? This is an interview question, difference between discrete and continuous. Now, what is discrete and what is continuous? Alphabetical is discrete, the number is continuous. One difference. Second difference is, this is a property of discrete. What is it? Whenever you are putting any discrete, okay, I have just forgot few other things also. This is rows and the column shelf. These are known as the shelves. These are known as the filter panes. Okay, this is a bit introduction about all the terminologies that we are using in the Tableau UI. These are the discrete and dimension that I've already told you. This is known as a marks card. This is known as a marks card, and marks card consists of various different cards, that is color, size, text, details in the tooltip. Then this is filter shelf, and then there is again one show me option. Going forward, we'll discuss about all these things in detail. This is just an introduction, so that if I'm using all these terminologies in my language, you guys are aware of what am I doing actually. Now what I was saying is, this is the by default property of discrete is, whenever you are keeping any discrete thing in rows or the columns shelf, what will happen is, it will show you the results in a bifurcated manner. Now, when I say bifurcated, it means this is not aggregated, right? Now, whenever I put anything, any measures into the rows shelf, it will show you the results in the form of a aggregated manner. And the by default aggregation is sum, the first thing. So discrete will show you the results in a bifurcated manner, and the measures will show you the results in an aggregated manner. Second thing, whenever we are talking about the discrete, what will happen is, yeah. So now whenever we are talking about the discrete, it is qualitative. When we say qualitative, it means those bifurcated property that I told you. And whenever we are saying whenever we are saying measures, it is quantitative. Now when I say quantitative, it means that aggregation. Another interview question. Now I said that discrete is whenever I'm talking about discrete, what happens is it will show you the results in the different bifurcated manner. Now there might be some question that you are saying that continuous is aggregated. Can't we aggregate the discrete? We can. An interview question: what will happen if you aggregate the discrete? Now when I say aggregate, it means what will happen if I change the discrete to continuous. Now there is an option. If you right click, just remember this thing, that whenever we are putting the measures on the rows and the column shelf, it will show you what it will, by default it will show you sum, right? It can be sum, average, or anything you wanted. But if you are converting any discrete into continuous, what will happen is it will show you only three things. What are those three things? I mean, these are the four aggregations that you can go for when you are talking about the discrete. When you say minimum, what it means? When you say minimum, it means A, B, C. So minimum is A and the maximum is C. This is how the minimum is calculated. Maximum, this is how it is calculated. Now, when I say count, it will show you 3 over here. How come 3? A, B, C. So the count is 3. The difference between count and the count distinct is, what is the difference between count and count distinct? And I say A, D. Whenever you are counting it, it will show you what? It will show you 3. Whenever you are going with the count distinct, those duplicates will be removed. Now, when I say duplicates, it means the count of those duplicates will be removed. It means what? It will show the count as 2. So this is basically the difference between the discrete and the continuous. The interview question is, can you convert discrete into continuous? Yes, it can be converted. Again, continuous into discrete can also be done. Yeah. Now, if you're converting, let's say I have kept the sales over here. Now, you can see the sale is 30. How come 30? That 10, whatever the numbers that I have given over here. Now, if I'll convert this into discrete, what will happen is, I told you very initially, what is the property of discrete? Bifurcated manner. What will happen if I convert it into discrete? You can see all those. I'll show you this thing in the huge data right now. The data is not huge, so you could not able to see the number. Basically, yeah. So now what discrete will do is that 30 that will be bifurcated as per this number. This is basic property of the discrete and the continuous. Now we'll move on to the next thing, extensions. Whenever we are going with the extensions, this time when I was representing Tableau in the London Tableau conference, this was my topic, extensions. There are two things, guys. One is the dashboard extensions, and one is the extensions that I will be teaching you now. If someone asks you what is extension, you should cross question that guy, that when you say extensions, what do you mean? Are you talking about the dashboard extensions, or are you talking about the workbook extensions? When I say dashboard extension, it's a very high level feature. Now, this is a very basic topic. Those are these extensions. Okay, this is a workbook extensions. Now, I'll give you one example when we say what is the extensions, what we are discussing now. Let's say that I have created a file over here, this format file. Now, whenever I'm saving this file, it asks me in what format you want to save this file. So this is .txt. So the extension of this file is txt. This is your extensions. the way in the format you're saving your file. This is what your extensions are.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. Which of the following is not a trend line model? A. Linear trend line. B. Exponential trend line. C. Binomial trend line. D. Logarithmic trend line. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, in Tableau, we are having those three extensions, .pwb, .pwbx, .tds, .tdsx. These are very important things. There can be most of the time, this is an interview question. So we'll start with .twb. When we say .twb, it is Tableau Workbook. So this is the abbreviation of TWB. What it means. Now let's say that you have created the visualization over here. This is known as text table, guys. Now, if I'm saving this, you can see over here. Can you see this? I'm not getting any option to, to save the file in my local machine. So now if I click over here as save to Tableau public, this is how you are publishing this. This is the way to publish the file. Now, if it will, so this is the answer that I'm telling you how to publish the file. You can directly put your credentials over here, and then this is your public account. And in the companies, in the MNCs, how you're publishing is over here. You will be having the path to your server, your Tableau server or Tableau online, and similar way you can publish it. Okay. So I hope this is also clear now how you are publishing your file. There is one more option. I told you in the very starting day that Tableau Public, you cannot save your file in your local machine, right? Now, whenever I'm talking about this .twb, what it means is, let's say if you're saving so there is one option over here, save as, and if you directly click it over here as save as, it will directly save your file, and that will be in the two things. One is .twb and another one is .twbx. Now, what it means, that twb and twbx. Now, if I'm saving my file in twb, what will happen is the person could not able to see your data source. Now, when I say data source, what I mean is this data source. Now, let's see if you're publishing your file. Not publishing, I mean saving your file. Now let's see, even if you're saving your file in TWB, what will happen is this data source column, that will be disabled in your TWB. Now, if you're publishing your file in the TWBX, what is TWBX? TWBX is a Tableau packaged workbook. TWB is Tableau workbook, and TWBX is a Tableau packaged workbook. Now, in packaged workbook, what will happen is you could able to see the data source. This is the only difference. In TWB, the data source will not be available. Now, when I say data source is not available, I'm not saying the visualization is not available. No, all the visualization is available, but only data source will not be available. And TWBX, everything will be available. It's also a packaged workbook. So most of the time in the packaged workbook, what happens is the size is less as compared to the normal one. Moving on to the next thing, .tds and .tdsx. Again, this is a very, very good concept. So TDS is what? This is Tableau data source, and this is Tableau packaged data source. One of the point to remember over here is that wherever you are using X at the end, it means packaged. So that was a similar thing. TWB is what? Tableau workbook. BX is a packaged one. Similar. TDS is a Tableau data source, and TDSX is a Tableau packaged data source. Most of the time, what happens is if you're going with this packaged one, the size gets reduced. That is also one of the big advantage of this. Okay. Now, guys, two things. I mean, listen this carefully. This is a bit confusing, but I'm ready to repeat. There are two things. One is the workbook. When I am talking about the workbook, I'm talking about the visualization. the one thing. Another thing is a data source. When I'm talking about the data source, I'm talking about the raw data. Now, let's say that I wanted to publish this raw data. So when I say raw data, it means what? It's a data source. Now that data source will be saved in the form of TDS and TDSX. Now basically, what is the difference between TDS and TDSX? In the TDSX, everything will be visible. When I say everything, it means if I just, let's say if I'm having a data source, I just wanted to click on the sheet 1 and sheet 2 and I have to play with the data. I can do this. This is in the form in the TDSX. TDSX means if I want to create a kind of a visualizations with that published data source, I can do this. Now, if I'm talking about TDS, that is not possible. So we are always publishing it in the form of TDSX. Is it clear? There are two things. One is the embedded data source. One is the published data source. Guys, this is an interview question for sure. Most of the time, this is the question which is asked in an interview. Now, guys, listen. When you say embedded data source, what it means? Let's say that I have published this workbook. That data source which is there in your workbook, that is your embedded data source. What is published data source? If you are publishing the raw data separately, that is your published data source. Now, then what is the difference? Published data sources are always good for the performance, whereas 95% of the time I always go with the published data source. Why? Because they are good for the performance. Embedded data sources, if the data is so huge, they are not good for the performance. And one more difference, when we are talking about the published data source, what happens is, let's say I was telling you one that let's say that I just wanted to listen this. Let's say that I am having one data source. The name of that data source is let's say is raw. I can connect and okay, I wanted to make 10 visualizations. Now, what is Rob? Rob is a published data source. In that case, with all that 10 visualization, I can connect Rob. But if I'm talking about the embedded data source, then that embedded data source is only for one workbook. I cannot connect it with the different workbooks. Why? Because that is being embedded in only one workbook. And that is not visible separately. Whereas if you're talking about the published data source, that is visible separately on the server. Now, when you say workbook, what I mean with workbook, these sheets are known as the workbooks. Combination of sheets. Now, let's say that, I just wanted to combine these sheets in one visualization. That is your dashboard. Now, let's say, what is dashboard? Let's say this is one sheet, okay? Now, in this sheet, I have taken this thing. In the another sheet, I have taken this thing. In the sheet, what will happen is I could only show the visualizations in the different sheets. If I wanted to combine those two different sheets, what will I go for? I'll go with the dashboards. Now, this is the one sheet. This is then another sheet. Please don't take it as a practical thing. It's just I'm explaining you the two different concepts. One is the sheet, and another one is the dashboard. Now, third thing is, let's say I have one more dashboard. Okay. Now, in this dashboard, let's say I'm having this one more dashboard. In this dashboard, I'm taking only one sheet. Now, if I wanted to combine the dashboard and sheets, I can do this with the help of the stories. Now, in short, combining the sheets will be in the dashboard. If you're combining 3 or 4 different sheets, that will form a one dashboard. If you combine 1 or 2 different dashboard, that will form a stories. So whenever I'm talking about the visualization, I always means the dashboard. Now, if I'm talking about the different sheets, guys, for the different sheets, you don't need a different data sources. Now, let's say that I have created this dashboard. let's say this is the first dashboard I have created, okay, and then I have published this on the server. Again, I have created some another dashboard. I have published this on the server. So I have published those 10 dashboards to the server. Getting my point? What I mean now. So the data in the embedded data source and the published data source is always the same. Now this is the two different dashboards. Okay. Now let's say from this is a one Tableau page, and I have published this page. This is a one thing. Now in the another thing, again I have created one different visualization. I published it, and okay, let's do this with this way. I am having a two clients. Okay, one client is Capgemini and another client is S&P Global. Now Capgemini clients are saying I need an information only though I just need only one sheet. What I'll do is I'll create this one sheet and I'll publish this, and this sheet will be visible to the Capgemini people. Okay, and now the other person is saying S&P guys are saying we needed a two sheets. I mean we needed a two data. The two different data. Now what I'll do, I will take those two different sheets and publish it. Now Capgemini dashboard is different because it consists of the less data, and S&P guys dashboard is different because it consists of the two different sheets, but the data sources are same, correct? Now let's say that if I'm talking about the embedded data source, that Capgemini's data source, what I have to do, I have to always connect it with the local machine. This is embedded, right? If I'm talking about the S&P guys visualization, what will happen is I again have to connect it from the local machine. So now these are the two data sources are same, but I'm connecting it two times. So now this is a Tableau desktop that we have, and what happened is I'm talking about the filters. Now, when I say filters, what I mean is, why are we using the filters? Let's say if I have a water and I'm using the filter, what is that filtration for? So that, I can get rid of all those dust particles. In Tableau terms, why are we using the filters? Filters are used to use a specific contents, or we are using the filters to get the wanted data. If I just wanted to see the wanted data that I have, I will always go with the filters. So we'll start with the first filter, which is known as a quick filter. We'll see what exactly this quick filter is. When I'm talking about the filters, it means that, let's say I have this, okay? Now, this is the name, and these are the sales of that name. Now, the first terminology is quick filters. This is always an interview question whenever the interview comes for all these tabs. What is quick filter? If we apply a filter, we always put that particular dimension or measures in the filters shell, which I already told you. How can I put it? I can directly drag it onto the filter shelf. This is a very popular used even in the organizations also. This is the best thing we use. And in some organizations they only pay to the Tableau developers to enable the filter or to disable the filters. Okay, so yeah, now this is how I apply the filter over here. If I use right click and if I put it over here as show filter, and this filters appear over here, this is known as a quick filter. Just putting something in the filter shelf is not a filter until and unless you click it as a show filter. This will be your quick filters. I hope quick filters are clear. Now, most of the time in most of the interviews, they will ask you what is the order of operation of filters. See, this is how I have learned EBCSVM. I'll explain. Extract filter, data source filter, context filter, S stands for STM. Sets filter, filter on dimensions, and filter on measures. Filter on measures.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft.
the course link of which is given in the description below.
Within 2 to 3 months of the course taking and completing the assignments, doing some hands-on, I was able to take projects in the organization and complete all those projects successfully, starting the course with Intellipaat.
Now, when I say order of operations, what I mean? Order of operation means what comes first and what comes second. Now, what it means, what comes first and what comes second is, let's say that you have created one dashboard. In that dashboard, what is the first filter which will be applied at the back end, and what comes the second, what comes the third, and this is how it went. If someone asks you, so this is a very direct question in an interview, what is the order of operations? So it is very difficult to learn that extract comes, then data source, then context and sets. So this is how I have learned this EDCSDF. EDCSDF. D stands for dimension, filters, and measures. So these are those order of operations. Before getting on to the first two filters, I start with the last two filters, filters on dimensions and filters on measures. What is the difference if you apply those filters on the dimensions, and what is the difference if you apply those filters on the measures? This is again this is again one of the interview questions that's being asked. Now, if you click over here, no, so when I say which filter is applied on the front end and which filter is applied on the back end, I don't mean this front end or back end. What I mean is what filters comes first. So when I say what filters come first and what filters comes next, what it means. Let's say that I have created one dashboard, or I'll give you one example. There is a queue that, let's say I'll give this example that there are certain benefits which are given, and as per those benefits there are two people, one is COVID positive and another one is COVID negative. So let's say that a few of the COVID positive, so those facilities are given to COVID positive people. Now in the queue, what will happen, those COVID positive people will come first, and then the other people are entertained. Similarly, what it means is, it is not something which is applied on the back end. It is not something which is applied on the front end. It is that what comes first and what comes next. So this is how this works. Similar, we have this order of operations of statements in the SQL also, that a select come first, then order by, then group by. This is how it's being applicable on the Tableau also. Okay. Now, first I'll explain what is filters on dimension and what is filters on measures. Let's say that I have taken this table, I have taken this name. Name is a dimension. Now, if you see in the name, you will see these things. What is general? What general means is, these are all the filters that you have, Let's say that I just wanted to exclude a few things from here. If I just wanted to exclude, apply, okay. I can showcase this as a quick filter. What will happen? That B will be excluded. If I click all will be there, but that B will be excluded. This is how it works. Okay. Now this is what this your, if I have used, this will come if I use this exclude as an option. All. What is wildcard? Wildcard means general. Okay. So remember these things. General means everything in the list. Wildcard means if I just wanted to match the value. When I say wanted to match the value, what I mean, I'll explain in some other way. Let's say that you have used over here as name. Okay. There is an option over here as a little drop down. If you click over this drop down, this is a very important topic. This is a very important thing, that one is the single list value. What is single list value? At a time, you can select only one thing. One moment. That totally depends upon the requirement, that what requirement you have. Most of the time what happen is that people wanted to see either all the values, people wanted to see even all the values. Now all the values, what will happen is you will get all the values. Okay. If I wanted at a time, I wanted to see only one value, what will happen? I'll click on A, I'll get that value. I'll click on B, I'll get that value. So this is known as what? single value list. Single value means a single value list means one thing at a time in the form of a list. Single value drop down. See, we whenever we are creating a dashboard, what is always what is always recommended is to use in the form of a list, to use in the form of a drop down. Why? Because it will save your space. Now what is happening is I'm having a very less names. That is the reason that I'm having a very less names. That is the reason very so even if I put it in the form of a list, I could see, that is a very less name, so it is not taking so much space. Let's see, if I'm having 100 name or 200 name, what will happen? If I've created some visualization, half of the space will be taken by them, right? So in that case, we always go for the list thing. Single value list, it's a list. In that list, you can select one thing at a time. What is this single value drop down? It's a drop down. It's a drop down, and in that drop down you can select whatever options you require. Now this is basic single value list and single value drop down. Then you have a single value slider. What is the slider? Guys, if you ask me for the large amount of data, so this is an examples that I'm giving you. What you can do is try this out. So I'm taking a very small data so that you guys can understand what I'm saying. Okay, now at your so when you're going through all those assignments, go with those assignments and see what is the difference that you guys are getting. And then if you have any questions, go ahead and ask me. Because if I'll now take the large amount of data, I have a sample superstore data. If I'll take it, you're at a very basic step. If I take it very large amount of data, it will be difficult for you to understand. That is the only reason I'm taking a small data, and so that you guys can understand. Okay. So this is known as slider. What is slider? It is just like, you can slide simple. Yeah. It's just like you can slide and you will get those numbers, and all the numbers will appear. See, if I slide over here, you can see only one number appear. If you slide over here, you can see only two numbers appear. So this is basically what slider is. So guys, two things: single list and multiple list. Single means one at a time, and in that one at a time, what you can do is either it can be list, either it can be drop down, either it can be slider. That is your single thing. Coming on to the multiple values. What is multiple values? At a time, you can select so many values. That is known as your multiple values. Okay. Now, basically, what exactly this multiple values is? If you select multiple value list, what will happen? It will give you an option to select two or more things at a time. This is your multiple value list. Now, what is multiple value drop down? It's very simple. List means that complete list is there. What is multiple value drop down? It means in that drop down, you can select those two things and it will appear over here. This is your multiple value drop down. Okay. So that's simple. I mean, if you bifurcate that A and 12, it will take A as a measure. It will take A as a dimension, and it will take another number as a measure. But currently, what it is doing is, since A and 12 is being cumulative. Now, when I say cumulative, it means it is starting with A. It is starting with an alphabet. So by default, Tableau has taken that particular thing as a dimension. It has not bifurcated those things as a dimension and a measure. That is the reason it's appearing like this. So now, basically, this is what your multiple value drop down is. So what is multiple value list means? It's a list. Multiple value drop down means what? That drop down will appear. Now there is this another thing, multiple values custom list. What is custom list? In my projects, as per my experience, this custom list is not very much recommended, but yeah, most of the time you can go with this custom list. What is this custom list? You can type a number, you can type any alphabet which resembles with your data, hit enter, it will show you that list. You can click on A and that value will appear over here. That is what your custom list is. Okay. Now, if you wanted to add some other thing, I'll select B, I'll hit enter, B will appear, and your that data will appear. This is the major difference. This is basically what your custom list is. Now, what is your wildcard match? Wildcard match means basically wildcard match is, okay, let me just connect one another data so that I can show you what that wildcard match is. Now this will make more sense to explain you all those wildcard filters and all. Okay, let's say that you have name, and let's say that you have marks of those people. Now, when I was talking about wildcard, what I mean is I'm just putting this name in the filters shelf and applying this is known as what? Quick filters. Okay, if I'm using this wildcard match, what this wildcard shows is if I'll directly type C over here and put it enter, it will show me that name. Anything which starts with that particular letter, it will show me. If I'm talking about, let's say if I'm talking about something with A, it will show me all those things with that particular thing. Let's say I'll give you one example over here. There was one of the dashboard which I was working, and we are having a certain companies. What client requested for is that if so certain companies are BP, ExxonMobil, and all those companies. Client requested is a custom match. So if I'll select C, that should appear. So basically, this is what wildcard match is. Now, what is the difference between a wildcard match and a multiple value custom list? See, in the custom list, what happen is it will show you the list, and accordingly you can filter the data as per your requirement, what you want. This is your custom value list. What is your wildcard match? Wildcard match means anything whatever you appear, and if it finds that this is a suitable number, if it comes, you directly press enter, and you will get the entire data related to this particular thing. This is the major difference between the wildcard match and this multiple values. I'll explain you custom this only relevant after this, and all values in database. These two things will be explained after this particular topic, and yeah, that is it. And now this is how you have applied the filters on the dimensions. If I wanted to apply the filter on the measures, what I'll do, guys, remember I told you one thing at the very starting. When I am talking about a dimension, it means what? Bifurcation, aggregation. When I'm talking about a measure, it means what? Aggregation, right? Dimension is a disaggregation and measure is a aggregation. Now, if I'm putting anything that measure onto the filter shelf, you will get so many values. Now, why is this aggregation? This aggregation is because it's a measure, right? If you click on sum, you click on next, you can see what all are the values you wanted. A range of values, at least, at most, and special. You click on range of values, what will happen? Now this is quick filter. It will show you a range. In what particular value you wanted your numbers to get displayed. If you will click on, at least, that last option will be disabled, only first option will appear. If you click on at most, the last option will be appeared, the first option will be disabled. See this, I can only click on at most, similar in the probability, at least and at most. Okay. If you click on only relevant values, I'll explain what exactly this complete thing is. So my major motive here to explain you is that if you are putting any dimension on the filter shelf, the way of operation is different. If you are putting any measure on the filter shelf, the options what appears will be different. That is your basic thing, measures and dimension. Now, this is one very recently someone faces this interview question, and he's 7 years experience, and he failed to answer this question. Even I was surprised. I was like, this is how it appears. What it is that, let's say that you're having a different subjects over here. Now, what happened is that you're having a subjects over here, and I wanted this filter how this filter should appear is, I just wanted the two options. It means what? If I customize this filter and put it a show apply option, what will happen is if you will, if you will select those two things and you click on apply, then only, that will appear. So basically this is what your apply options are. Okay. So this is how interview will ask you this question is, how can you put an apply or the cancel button in the filters? The answer to this question is yes, we can do so. How can you apply this? With the help of this customize option, you can apply this option. One another advantage of applying this apply or the cancel button is it will be effective for your performance. It will help to it is good for your performance because let's say if you're having a large amount of data and so if you're selecting those two options, now it takes time. Over here the data is small, so basically it's not taking some time, it's not taking that much time. But let's say if you're having a large amount of data, what will happen is it will take the time. So in that case what you can do is you can use this customize button as show apply button. And if you just wanted to select the options, and you can click on apply, it will those options will only pop up if this apply button is being used, else it will not pop up. So this is one of the best way of even improving your performance. Okay, so that's it for about the filters. That's it for about the two filters. What is that? Filters on dimensions and filters on measures. Okay, so that's it.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. What are the components of a dashboard? A. Horizontal. B. Vertical. C. Image extract. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
We'll start with the two other filters, that is the data source filters and the extract filters. We'll continue with the two other filters. What is that? EDC, context filters. Very important interview question. Every time they will ask you this question. Ehsan, you're right. So if you will use this apply and cancel button, all the results will be showed in a compiled manner. That is the reason the performance will be less. That is the reason that it will show you a good performance. But if you will not use those apply and that cancel button, what will happen is it will everything will be not compiled in a collective manner, that will be applied in a bifurcated manner. So that was the reason the results will be a bit slower. So context filters, set filters, dimension and measure filters I have already covered. Most of the time they will ask you this question, and it's very simple, but this word is bit bigger. So that's the reason this is a very popular question which is being asked in an interview. What is cascading filter? We'll see it now. So now, first thing, let's say I'm having a subject, I'm having a name. Filter in tree structure is different thing that you're asking. This is not a cascading filter. The cascading filter is different, and the filters in tree structure, that may be some another terminologies what we are not using in Tableau. So let's say I'm having a subject. Now I can see that these are the particular names and these are the subjects which belongs to those names. Now if I'll put over here those two filters, let's say that I'm having those two things now, the name and the subject, right? Now I'll make the name as a quick filter. When I say quick filter, I mean show filter. I'll make a subject as a quick filter. When I say quick filter, it means as a show filter. Now, I told you, right, that you can go with the drop down rather than this particular list. So that depends if you're going with the drop down or if you're going with the list. Now, if I'm selecting over here English, it will give me the subject as English with the particular name, right? But can you see this? These are the two filters that I have. Now, in this filter also, when I say which filter, this name filter also, I only wanted to filter this name by the subject. What I mean? It means that over here, if I'm getting these two options, right, that English belongs to Bob. So this subject is being referred to this particular name and his name is Bob. It means over here also I wanted to see only Bob, not all the names. In that case, what I'll do is I'll have that option only relevant values. If I'll select over here as only relevant values, you can see, right? If I'll click over math, you can see that only that name appears, which is particular to that subject. So basically, this is known as your relevant values. Basically, this only relevant values is known as your cascading filters. One question, another question. Can you apply a cascading filter on one dimension? No, you cannot apply. It is always applied on two things. And sometimes we also call this way, it's a parent-child relation. What a parent-child relation means? That if you are selecting one subject is a parent and this is a child, or this can be a primary filter, this can be a secondary. Basically, when I say parent, I'm only referring to the primary filter. That's it. Nothing difference, nothing new in that. So this is basic cascading filters are. So it's nothing. Cascading is just if you're getting an option only relevant values, this only relevant values is known as cascading filters. Okay. Now, this is very useful in the business cases. How? I'll make one dashboard for you. One moment. So now, I'll show you how is this useful in the business case. Okay. Let's say I'm using this sheet. With the help of this sheet, I'll create one dashboard. Now, with this dashboard, I'll have the two filters, name, and I'll just use it as a drop down, and I'll just place it over here. Okay, and over here, I'll use another filter as subject, and I'll put it as a list. Now, if I'm selecting over here one name, in the subject, I can see so many subjects. It means what? I wanted to see all the other filters which are relevant to the only primary filter. Now, in that case, what I'll do is I'll apply a cascading filter. What is cascading? It is nothing, just only relevant values. What will happen is, if you will select any one name particular from there, it will show you only those subjects which is relevant to that particular name. This is basic what cascading filters are. I hope this is clear. And I'll start with the context filter. Guys, very important in all the interview. This is always being asked. Context filters. Just wanted to clear one thing. This context filters is something I will explain you. I mean, this is a bit theoretical. I can see what exactly this context filters are. When we say context filters are always used in the dashboards for the performance purpose. When I say performance purpose, what I mean is context filters are always good for the performance. I will explain you the reason why it is good for the performance. But first I'll show you how can we apply the context filters. Guys, remember, cascading filters are different and context filters are different. Don't compare these two concepts with those two concepts. Those are two different concepts. Now, let's say you're having these two filters and you just have to right click. This show filter is known as your quick filter. And if you just click it over here as add to context, what will happen? That particularly context, even if you have 100 filters in the filter shelf, that context filters will always come first with a different color. Now, you can very easily distinguish, right, that this is a normal filter and this is a context filter. Why? Because it's a different in color. Now, the interviewer will always ask you, how is context filter good for the performance? I will explain this thing. This is a bit theoretical. No one can show you what is happening. But yes, this is being written in the Tableau documentary. So that is a bit theoretical. I'll explain you. Why are they good for the performance? These are the few things which is happening at the back end, and no one have an access to these things. Even if you go in the practical world, right, you don't have an access to these things. We are just saying these things because as per those documentary what is being given by the Tableau guys, only on the basis of those documentaries we are also saying you those things. But I cannot show you, and I can bet you no one can show you because no one has an access to this much backend. Okay, I'll explain you this thing with an example. I have applied a context filters. What will happen in the context filter is, guys, as soon as you apply the context filter over here, it will create a table. What it will do is, it will create a table at the back end, and that table consists of what? Now let's say this is the data that you have. Now this data, what I did is I have created a context filter on the subject. What it will do is automatically it will create a that depends. It can be virtual, it can be permanent. Most of the time it is always virtual. It is only applicable on the, this concept is only applicable on the context filter. This is not applicable on all the filters. That is why we always deal context filters are special filters. They are our lifesavers when we get stuck in Tableau. See guys, what it will do is, this is a table which is being created. Now, this table consists of so many subject over here. Okay. Now all this subject with the hex code. Basically what other filters will do is, it will scan everything. Let's say, if I'm, okay, if I'm applying the name over here, what will happen at the back end is, if I'm applying the name is Dinesh, what it will do is, it will first, it will first scan first row, second row, third row, fourth row, and then it will get the data from the fourth or the fifth row. What context filters do is, a table is created at the back end. In that particular table, we will have a different subject. I'll just name those subjects, that A, B, C. These are the different subjects, and each subject will have a hex code. What is hex code? It can be any hex code, right? 2, 3, just the number that I'm giving. Whenever you will have that hex code as per the subject, what will happen is, it will not scan every row. I mean, it will not do like this, yeah, it will not scan this. It will directly get that hex code and it will pop up the data. So this is the basic explanation that why context filters are good for the performance. This is always a best interviewer question which they will always ask you. I hope it is clear. If not, I can repeat it again. So there is one disadvantage of the context filter. This is always asked, what is context filter? I explained you. And what is the disadvantage of the context filter is, what will happen is, now guys, let's say that in the subject, so let's say that this is the subject on which I have applied a context filter. And this subject has 40 million data. 40 million data. If I'm using the, let's see, if I've created a context filter, what will happen? It will create the table at the backend, right? But if I will remove the context filter, it will take some time to get rid of this table at the backend, due to which anyhow the performance will be degraded. That is the only one disadvantage of the context filters. Otherwise, context filters are always good for the performance. I'll repeat this concept again for all of you. If I have 10 filters, context filters will always come first. It will be shown in the different color. It is always good for the performance. The reason it is good for the performance is, it will create a backend table at the backend, and as per those hex code, it will not scan every row. It will only scan those numbers, and accordingly it will give you the data. And the only disadvantage of the context filter is, if you will remove the context filters frequently, it will degrade the performance, because it will take some time to get rid of that table what is being created at the backend. Okay, so that is the filters, all about those two filters: filters on dimension, filters on measures, context filters. Now I have the names and the marks. What I wanted is I want to compare 4 names with the one. How? I'll show you. What I can do is I can create a name and then I can create a set. What set will do is, let's say that, I have created Akash, Bob, and Chandan as a one set. I'll click OK, and the set is being created. Can you see this? So basically what set will do is it will give you the results in the form of in and out. You can see over here. In means for which you have created the set, and out means which are not the members of the set. Now, if you click over here as show set, if you pick it over the filter, it will ask you in and out. What is the meaning of in and out is it will ask you what conditions you want. In means what you have given in your set, out means which condition you have not given. Apply, okay. Now you can see all the in and out members, but if this is the only in members. One very practical use case I'll share with you. This is a very practical use case what I have came across in my practical scenarios basically. But in short, what are set? Set is only applicable on dimensions. Set will give you the numbers in the form of in and out. In means on what basis you have created the set. Out means which is not as per your condition. Okay. One very practical scenario. Now, and there will be an option of create. You click on create. There is an option of set. You click on set. They will ask you, 3 option. Okay, so whatever you will check mark, that will be your condition. Whatever you will not check mark, that is out of your condition. In will show all the things which are check boxes. Out will show all the things which are not check boxes. That is your basic in and out sets. Now, what is the practical use case? A very important thing. Guys, let's say I have the name and I have the subject. This is a very practical scenario wherein set plays a huge role. Now what I did is I have created a filter on the name, apply, okay. If I'll click over here as show filter, what is the requirement of client? That if you are going with the quick filter, I only wanted to see 3 names. Getting my point? I don't want to see all the names. What I only wanted to see 3 names in the drop down. How will you do so? This can be done with the help of, there are so many workarounds. I can do this with 4 many different methods also. But the first method I'll prefer is I can create a set and I can show those 3 names. Practical scenario, there was 500 companies which are appearing. Client wants only 5 of them to be appeared. So in that case, I can go with the set. Now see, this client told me, can you see this? This is the practical use case of set. That in the scenarios wherein I wanted only, I don't want that 100 names to appear. I just want 2 or 3 names to appear. In that case, I can go with the set. There is one more scenario that can happen. Quick filters have the same role as quick filters will show you all the values. But if I don't wanted to see all the values, I just wanted to see only 2 or 3 values. In that case, what I'll go with the sets. I don't want all the 4 values to be appeared in the quick filter. I just wanted 1 or 2 values. In that case, I'll go with the sets. Now we'll start with the action filters. What are action filters? In the action filters, we have 2 terminologies. They are very popular and always like this is the, I mean, most of the time, even in the real use case scenarios also, we are using this action filters. Okay. Now I'll show you what exactly I mean, what exactly it is meant for and all. One moment. So action filters, and I'll also let you know why are they known as the action filters. Why do we call them as an action filters? Now let's say that why are they known as action filters is because there are 2 things in this action filters. One is your source. One is your source and another is your destination. Now, what is the meaning of source and destination is, let's say that you're having two data sources, okay? Let's say one data source is, this is an interview question I often ask in my interviews, and I have also seen this very popular interview questions. Remember this one. Now, let's say that I have one dashboard. One dashboard resides in the Google Chrome, and another dashboard resides in Explorer. I want to connect those dashboards. Now, when I say I want to connect those dashboards, what I mean is, if I'm clicking on one dashboard, it should lead on the another. It should lead me to the another dashboard. So when I say clicking on the one dashboard and leading me to the another dashboard, is means what? Wherever I'm clicking, wherever I'm performing the action, that is known as your source one. And wherever it is leading to, that is known as your destination. Now, because the certain action is performed, that is the reason it is known as action filters. Now, I'll show you practically what I mean when I say this. So I have this name, and I have the marks associated with those names. So now let's say I also have the subjects, and I have the marks associated with those subjects. Guys, combination of sheets is known as dashboards. Now, what I'm doing is, one more thing before starting the action filters is, it is not mandatory that we always apply the action filters on the dashboard. We can apply the action filters on the sheets as well, but the way we apply the action filters on dashboard is different than the way that we apply the action filters on the sheets. Now see how it works. I'll explain you how to create the dashboard after this topic. Now you can see this sheet 1 and sheet 2. This is the steps of navigation that I'm showing you. You click on the dashboard. From this dashboard, you have these actions. Either you can go with the shortcut Control plus Shift plus D, or either you can click it over here from actions. Now, if you click it from here, what will happen is, where it went. So you can see that this window will open, this dialog box will open. If you click on add actions, there are these many actions: filter action, highlight action, go to URL action, go to sheet actions. I'll explain you all of them, but this parameter and set actions will be covered when we will be using these topics. So before, from 2019.1, we are having only 3 actions: filter, highlight, and go to URL. But after 2019.2, these go to sheet, parameter actions, and set value actions are being introduced in the Tableau. If someone asks you what are action filters, you can let them know, source, destination, and all those navigation steps that I will be explaining you now. But that is my recommendation. Nothing. So the step is nothing. You click on the dashboard, automatically you will find that option actions. And if you click on that actions, this window will open. So there is no step as such. Okay. Yeah. So now, I would like to give you one more recommendation from my side, that whenever if someone asks you what are action filters, always say that filter action, highlight, and go to URL. But if someone is asking you in more descriptive form that, I just wanted to know more about those action filters, then you dig into the deep and tell them, about the go to sheet, parameters, and set values. But directly don't tell them. Directly don't tell all those things, because the more you say, the more you will be bombarded with so many questions. That was the only reason I said this. We'll start with the filter actions. Now, what are filter actions? I told you the source and the destination. When I say destination, I mean target. Source means what? If you click on the sheet, it will perform some actions basis on the condition that you have given. Now we'll see what are the condition that you have given and what are the actions you will be performing. Okay. Now in the dashboard, let's say you're having these two sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2. And in this why is it dashboard 1 currently? Because we only have the one dashboard. Yeah. Let's say that I am clicking on the sheet 1 and action needs to be performed on the sheet 2. I click on hover. Hover is not recommended. It's just to show you guys. So just after this, there is an option OK. You click on OK. You could not able to see this on my this screen because I don't know, the screen is very small. Because of that, you could not able to see that. But this is simple thing. You click on OK over here, like, or you press enter. So if you click on directly OK, what will happen is this filter is applied. Okay. Now see this. You just hover on this. Can you see that as per you hover within nano couple of seconds, what happen is it is showing you only relevant values, right? This is known as the filter actions. Among the filter actions, what is the action that I've used is the hover one. You can select as much as values you wanted. It is not mandatory that in public it is taking so much time. This is the first time I have seen. Why hover is not, why hover is just like whatever you wanted, you can go for. You can do wait for this because we are having so much other options also. Why hover means like we have all these things, right? So depends. Would you like to hover? Would you like to select, or would you like to go for a menu? So once I'll cover all things, you will come to know why hover. Okay. Now in this, I told you, right, that the question is, can you use, currently I have used only 2 sheets. Is it possible that I can have 4 sheets in the source and 2 sheets on the targets? And then on the basis of those 4 and 2 sheets, I am applying the action filters? That is also possible. It is, again, so this is not mandatory that, you can always select any one sheet at a source or 5 sheets at a target. You can select as many sheets as you want, and the actions will be performed. Now, what I'm saying is, when I say hover is just like, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering over that, and within the nano couple of seconds it will show you the results. So that is the major reason that in the business scenarios, in the main business scenarios, hover is not recommendable, because most of the time what happen is their data gets hidden. Now when I say data gets hidden, what I mean this, that let's say that this is most of the time I have this requirement even in my practical use case, that the client always wants to see all the subject, but whenever I'm clicking on hover, what is happening is it is only giving me the relevant values as per those subject. So that is the reason that hover is not recommendable, but that is what is there in the business case scenarios. But I am not saying that hover is not at all used. It is used depending upon the requirement. Okay. Now let's move to the next thing. These actions are taking so long in public. Ideally, it does not take that long in your desktop version. So now I'll add the filter. Yes. What I'll do is I'll select. Now I'll show you the difference between the hover and the select. This is clear, right? Sheet 1 is my source where I want to perform the action. Sheet 2 is my destination where I wanted to see the changes relevant to the first sheet that I have performed on. Okay. Now if I click on OK, I'll click on that particular thing, then only all the results will be filtered out. So the major difference between hover and select is, in the hover, currently we are using the filter actions. In the filter actions are divided into 3 things. One is hover, one is select, one is menu. In the hover, what I'm doing is I'm not selecting, I'm not clicking on that particular row. I'm just hovering my mouse and it will give me the result. This is hover. When I say select, what I'm doing is I'm clicking on that particular row or the column. And when I'm clicking on that particular row and the column, then it will show me the results. That is the basic difference. Now I'll go on to the filter actions, which is the menu. Menu is most of the time it's being used. Again, action filters are not as per any rows or the columns. It is as per the sheets. Now menu, what exactly this menu is? This is very interesting thing. What menu do is, and what is the significance of applying the menu action is that in the menu actions, let's say that you're very novice, you're not aware of this dashboard. So what will happen is you wanted all the steps to be explained so that I could able to know what am I doing, why am I there on the dashboard. So what I can do is from here you can just the menu is kind of an instructions that you can give to your users. Let's say that, can you please help, or any instructions. This is not the relevant instruction. Click on other sheet to see the steps. You can write anything over there. Menu and click on OK.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Within 2 to 3 months of the course taking and completing the assignments, doing some hands-on, I was able to take projects in the organization and complete all those projects successfully, starting the course with Intellipaat.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. Which of the following is not a trend line model? A. Linear trend line. B. Exponential trend line. C. Binomial trend line. D. Logarithmic trend line. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now see, when you will click over here, you will see this menu. When you will click on the menu, then only the changes will be reflected. This is the major difference between the menu actions, hover and select. Is this clear? So sometimes what happens is whenever you are applying a filter actions, or whenever you are applying the menu actions, you have to click 1 or 2 times. Not always, but sometimes it happens. Sometimes the client face this issue. So there is this option single select only. When it says single select only, it's not like you just have to click multiple times from your mouse. You just click once and it will show you the results. So basically that is what the single select means. Okay. Now I'll move on to the next action, that is highlight actions. What are highlight actions? Guys, in the filter action also, you will find these 3 things: hover, select, and menu. In the highlight action also, you will find these 3 things. Now I'll tell you where comes the difference. Yeah. Now let's say that if you're clicking on sheet 1, this is sheet 2, you click OK, you click OK. Can you see the difference? When I was working on the select action, when I was working on the filter actions, what is happening? It is only showing me the values, only the relevant values. The other values are not shown. But if I'm talking over here as a highlight action, what is happening is if I'm clicking over here, I could see that entire values, and as per those values, the specific field gets highlighted. So that is the difference. What is the filter action? I'll show you this again. See, this is highlight. What highlight does is you click and that particular row will be highlighted. Okay. What filter does is filter means what? It will filter out the rows. Now, if you click over here, it will only give one particular value at a time. So basically that is the difference. So the difference is clear, right? What is the filter actions and what is the highlight actions? Okay. Now, again, this hover select menu is same in the filter actions also, and hover select menu is same in the highlight actions also. Okay. But the only difference is if you're clicking on the hover, what will happen is you just hover, the results will be shown. Select this, you just have to click over there, then you will get the results. And menu is again that options will be appeared, and accordingly you will get those results. Now I'll explain you what it means. Yeah. Now there is one another thing that is the major, that's most of the time this question is being asked. The one that I have just repeated in the beginning, that, let's say that I am having the two different dashboards of sitting on the different browsers. How will you combine those things? Now this is the answer to that question. Now let's say that I always wanted, one moment. This is some technical background error. That is the reason it's taking a lot of time. This is the go to URL action. Now, what is go to URL action is, yeah, in the go to URL action is, you will have the two different sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2. And what it wanted, let's say that, I always, if I'll click on the sheet 1, then it should lead me to www.google.com. Or you can give any other whatever URL you wanted. Okay. Now you click on OK. You click on OK. Now if you click on the sheet 1, this is what? This is menu. You click on this hyperlink, and then what will happen? It will lead you to that particular URL. Something wrong in the back end. So if you have a licensed version, this will not take that much time. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Okay. Okay. If you click over here, you click on this URL, and it will directly take you to this browser. It's actually opening in my another screen. I'm using two screens. So this is how it works. Now, in this, again, in this particular actions, particular actions, you have menu actions, you have so what I wanted to say is, in this menu actions also, you're having three things. When I say three things, what I mean is menu, select, and hover. So if you want to, it depends how you want it to perform. That if you want to hover, then that action should be performed, or if you want to have that menu, then that action should be performed. That totally depends upon. Basically, this is the URL actions. Now, how can you connect two different dashboards? In that URL where I have given www.google.com, what you can do is you can give the link of the another dashboard with which you wanted the connectivity, and accordingly what will happen is it will link you to that particular dashboard. That is that answer to that question. And again, it's not mandatory that it should be in the same browser. That depends wherever browser you want it. Accordingly, you can give the link, and accordingly it will work. So I'm done with that URL actions also. There is one another action which I would like to share is the go to sheet action. My personal experience, go to sheet actions, it's creating so much problem on the server. I don't know why. It's actually a bug in the Tableau. In the desktop, it will work very fine, but on the server, it's creating a lot of problems. So instead of going to the go to sheet actions, I always prefer to go with this URL actions. Now I'll tell you what exactly this go to sheet action. See, as the name specifies, what go to sheet action is, it will lead you to the sheet in the dashboard. Now what it means is, see, let's say that if you want go to sheet, so this is a dashboard. In dashboard 1, you're having the two sheets, sheet 1 and sheet 2. What go to sheet says, if I click on sheet 1, I wanted the target sheet should be sheet 2. Now see this. If I click on sheet 1, it will lead me to the sheet 2. Inside the sheet. It will not lead me to this particular sheet. It will lead me to inside the sheet. Now, let's say I have created the two different dashboards. I wanted, if I click on this sheet in this, okay. So what I mean over here is, that go to sheet is not specific to the sheet. It can be specific to the dashboard. So when I say dashboard, what I mean here is, let's say I have created one second dashboard, and if I click on sheet 1, it should lead me to the dashboard 2. It will lead me over here. So this is basic. The difference between the URL means it will lead me to the URL, and go to sheet means it can lead me to any of the tab inside the sheet or any of the dashboard inside the sheet itself. So now we are done with the action filters. We are done with the action filters. What exactly these action filters are. I hope everyone is clear about those action filters. We are moving on to the next topic now, which is the calculated fields. Very important topic, and maybe after 1 hour, if I could able to cover this topic, calculated field, I'll move on to the next topic, that is charts. Okay. So we'll study what exactly this calculated fields are, and now what are these calculated fields? I would like to know one thing from you guys. What is your opinion about, what are you guys thinking? What is this calculated field? Those are the custom things. Those are the custom fields that are not present in your data, but you are creating it on the basis of your analysis. Let's say that, if client says that I just wanted to see all the names which starts with A, or I just wanted to see all the states which starts with S, in that case, what you will do is you will go ahead with the calculated fields. Now, in all your business scenarios, this is the only one thing where you stuck. Why? Because that's all as per our logics, right? Maybe if I'm thinking something else, and it's not mandatory that you are also thinking in that way. So calculated fields can be different as per the different people's analysis of the data. Okay. Now we'll start basic what exactly these are. Let's say I have names, I have subject, I have marks. I just wanted to create a, so how you create a calculated field first, right click, create a calculated field. So there is this icon, guys. Now, these are so many functions that we have in the calculated fields. Okay. It won't be possible for me to cover all the functions, and neither all the functions are being used. That totally depends, what are we using and what are those functions that are being used. I'll cover few of them, and few of them you go ahead. If you have any doubts, you guys can let me know and I can cover those also. That is totally fine. Let's say that, just to let you know that, you click over here, and if you wanted to see what exactly all those numbers are, everything is written over here in the detail thing. And as per all these suggestions, you can directly use those calculated field in your analysis. Okay. Now the major thing, most of the time, like, let me just first create a very simple calculations, and then I'll show you few other things. Let's say that, as Hassan said right now, that I just wanted to see the count distinct of all the numbers. So what I'll do is I'll just put the count distinct, and what I just wanted to see the count distinct of marks. I'll press apply. I'll click on OK. Now what happened is, you can see how will you come to know that this is a calculated field, and how will you come to know that this is a number? You can see over here, whenever it's a calculated field, there will always be a equals to sign before that. It means it's a calculated field. If there is no equals to sign, it means it is appearing in your data, and this is how it gets appeared. Now let's say if you click over here, and you can see that it is showing us 111. It means that number. Why is it showing 1? Because how is it showing 1? I told count distinct 1. Count distinct means those duplicates are not counted, and those duplicates are counted as 1. So what it will do is 16 is counted as 1, 7 is counted as 1. So similarly, this 111, that's the reason it is showing you 111. So basically that is what your calculated fields are. Now most of the time, guys, as per my experience, or you can ask any of the other experienced guys also, not even I can say most of the time, 95% of the time, always, this is the name and this is the mark, if the Akash is written in the sheet as 2, let's say that I have given over here is count distinct of name, and in the sheet I have two times Akash is written, and I am using only count of name. It will show me 2. Why? Because over here I have given the field as name. But now what I did is I have given the field as marks. But let's say that in now over here I'm giving the name and I'm having a count. Now, if Akash appear 4 times in the data, what will happen? Count of name means it will show 4. Why? Because it will count the duplicate. But if you are using over here count distinct of name, that all the duplicate is counted as 1. It means what? Even if the Akash is appeared in the data 100 times, it will show you 1, not 100. Got the difference between count and count distinct? Now we'll start with another thing. This is known as conditions. So I'll just name the calculated field whatever way you want it to. The condition is if the marks of Akash is greater than 10, it should show true. If the number is greater than less than 10, it should show green, or it should show any number. I mean, let's say if now this is the if statement that I'm using. Again, if someone is from the technical terms, if someone has read all the Java, C, C++, looping, while, do while, everything, it is not something like it's a complete it's not something that a complete programming you have to do. Very simple statement you have to write over here. If what I said, if the marks are, so I'll write if the marks are greater than 10, okay, then true. Again, this is a syntax. It's not like you need to cram all the things. It's just like you click over here as if. You will have a complete syntax over here. You can directly copy the syntax from there, or you can directly marks are greater than 10, then true, else false. I don't know why these words are collapsing. 1 second. Greater than 10, then true, else false, and simple calculation that if my marks are greater than true, I just needed true and then false. Click OK. This will be created. You put it over here. It will show you the results as per. See, 16 is greater than 10. It is showing true. 7 is less than 10. It is showing false. On the basis of this, now this is the first condition that I have. Okay. Now let's say I'm having 4 conditions. Then what I have to do? So one condition is if the marks is greater than 10, it should be true. If the marks is greater than less than 10, it should be false. Now I can either do it like this way, that else false. But after that I have one more condition. So how can I do this? Else if, one moment. Else if marks are less than 10, then false. Or again, else if marks are less than 5, then false 1, and then false. Else if marks are less than 5, then 1 second. If marks are greater than 10, then true. Else if marks are less than 10, then false. And what's the error? Undetermined string. Marks are greater than 10, then I'll give some name Bob. marks are greater than 10, then Bob. Marks are less than 10, then fail. Answer. Marks are less than 5, then you can pass like this way so many calculations you wanted.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. What are the components of a dashboard? A. Horizontal. B. Vertical. C. Image extract. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
LOD, like LOD is nothing but the level of detail expression, right? Now, when it comes to Tableau, as I told you, this is considered to be one of the complex topics in Tableau, right? But still, once you grasp the concept behind this, I'm sure definitely this is going to be one of the easiest topics, right? So let's see what is an LOD expression, what are the different LOD expressions that we have in Tableau, okay? Now LOD is nothing but we are going to compute calculations which has complete independency from the view level of detail. Okay, now I'll tell you what is view level of detail. Okay, so this is the basic syntax. We have fixed, include, exclude. We have dimension 1, dimension 2, and then we have a colon, and we have an aggregated expression right over here. Okay, this is the syntax. Now, when you look into the diagrams, we have one diagram which is purely for exclude LOD expression, and we have another diagram for, that was for include, and this is for exclude. First, I'll explain what every diagram or every symbol in our in this particular diagram represents about, right? And yes, this is the diagram for include. And as you see, we have aggregation over here and we have granularity on this side. So aggregation is inversely proportional to granularity, right? Now, what is granularity? Breaking down one plot into different plots. Okay, we are making it granular in nature, right? After which, it totally depends. After which we will arrive at a raw data on which there is no aggregation that has been applied. Aggregation is nothing but the sum, the average that we apply on our measures. Okay, so an aggregation is inversely proportional to granularity, which means as you keep decreasing your aggregation, you will have a data which is more granular in nature. As you keep increasing your aggregation, you will have a data which is lesser granular in nature, right? So this is basically about aggregation and granularity. Then we have this dotted line over here, right? Now this dotted line corresponds to the view level of detail. What do you mean by view level of detail, right? For example, I'll just open up my workbook. Okay, now if I have category and let's say profit, now my view level of detail is nothing but what are the fields that are present right now in my view that corresponds to the view level of detail, right? Now category and sum of profit are the dimension and measure which fall or with which a visualization has been created, that is placed as or yes, so as I told you, this is the view level of detail. Now this dotted line corresponds to what fields are present in your visualization. Okay, and then we have a filled circle over here and we have a filled arrow mark. Now this filled circle represents a measure and this arrow mark represents a dimension. Okay, so here as per this diagram, we have the first filled circle which represents the measure called sum of sales. We have the next arrow mark which represents the dimension called country. Then we again have a circle, we have another arrow mark and so on, right? So I have an example with which we'll be discussing about include LOD expression in detail, right? And once we discuss about that example, we'll try connecting that example with this diagram and we'll see how the calculation has been carried out, right? And when we say include is our LOD expression, okay, we are including a new dimension, okay, with which a calculation will be performed, okay, and this dimension that you're including is not present in your view level of detail, right? So you are including a dimension with which a calculation will be performed, okay, and that dimension is not present in your view level of detail, and the corresponding result of this calculation we will be brought back to the view level of detail so that the result can be viewed in your worksheet, right? So this is just like a cycle. You have a measure and a category, you have a measure and a dimension in your view level of detail. You are including a dimension which is not a part of your visualization but only a part of your calculation, and then you are displaying the result of this calculation, right? So this is general explanation of this diagram for include, right? Whereas when you look into exclude, we again have aggregation and granularity, we again have the view level of detail, okay. But when you look into this diagram, there's a small change. The calculation when it comes to exclude is carried out above the view level of detail, but when it comes to include, the calculation is carried down the view level of detail, right? So I'll explain about these with appropriate examples, right? So we'll go back to our workbook. We'll just delete. Right. So now let me tell you, we'll start with our include LOD expression. Okay. Let's calculate the average of sales. Okay. Now I'll bring sales. Now you can place sales in your column, and then from this drop down arrow, you can change the way it is aggregated as average of sales. This is one option of how you can do this, or you can just instead of left clicking and then dragging your sales, you can right click on sales and then drag, place it in this space over here, after which automatically this dialog box appears and you can choose the way it should be aggregated from here itself, right? So we have our average of sales, and let's have our category, and let's have our subcategory, right? So we have the average of sales. Okay, we have the subcategories listed under every category, and we have the average sales of every subcategory that is getting displayed right over here. Okay, now what if I would like to compare the average sales of categories with the average sales of category in terms of subcategory? Okay, how do we do that? Okay, we will have to remove the subcategory. We will have to calculate the average of sales in terms of subcategory and then compare it with the average sales of category itself, right? Now you might have a small confusion of what is the difference between average sales of category and average sales of category in terms of subcategory, right? Now I'll try to complete the visualization first, and then I have a separate text file which is known as the LOD sample that I have. Okay, it is just something like a sample file of our superstore. Okay, so I'll explain how average of sales in terms of category is calculated and how average of sales in terms of subcategory is calculated, and why there is a change in the result between these two values, right? So as of now, we have our average sales in terms of categories. Okay, now I'm going to create a calculated field where I am going to calculate the average sales of subcategory, right? And I'm going to include the dimension called subcategory, okay, which is not present in my view right now. So I am including a dimension in the calculation that is getting performed. Okay, and this is the syntax. We have our keyword, we have our function or LOD expression name, which is include. Then we will have to specify dimensions that we are including in any calculation, and then we have our aggregated expression, which is nothing but the average of sales, right? So I'll just click on apply and OK. Now, when you bring this sales of subcategory, which is a calculation, into your view, as you notice, the way your average sales is plotted is completely different. The values are, totally different. The sales of subcategory is completely high when compared to the average of sales. This is because there's a second layer of aggregation that is applied on the result of your LOD calculation. So we will have to just change this into average. Okay, and now when you look into the tooltip, you have an average of sales and you also have average sales of subcategory, and we have different values for them, right? Now let's clearly go through every step behind how these values are calculated, okay, and why there's a difference between the average sales of category and average sales of subcategory. Okay, and as I told you, I have a simple file for that. Right, so this is the LOD sample, the sample file that I told you. I'll be connecting this with Tableau, and I'll tell you, we again have three different categories. We have furniture, appliances, and technology, under which, for example, under the category called furniture, we have chairs, tables, beds. We have quite a lot of subcategories, and similarly under appliances we have around 2 to 3 subcategories, and under technology as well we have 2 to 3 subcategories. Right, now let's see, just like how we did in this workbook with sample superstore data, how to calculate the average of sales, how to calculate the average sales of subcategory using your include LOD expression, and what is the main purpose of making use of an LOD expression. Now we were discussing about LOD expressions, right? We have include, exclude, and fixed, and we started with include LOD expression. This is the LOD sample, as I told you. We'll try connecting this with Tableau, and I'll show you how I have an LOD explanation, LOD sample explanation notes as well. Okay, I'm sorry, this is taking a little time. It is a text file. This is my LOD sample that I'm going to open. Right, we have again category, subcategory, and their corresponding sales. Okay, now I'll bring the categories and let's have the corresponding sales value, right? And when I change the aggregation, when I say I would like to view the average of sales, now this is how the average of sales is getting calculated. So first we'll see how average sales of every category is getting calculated, right? And we'll look into this. I'll have this side by side, right? Now it says we have the total sales, which is 10,400. Okay, so when you just add up all the sales value, okay, when you add up all the values of sales in the column, in the field called sales, you will have a total of 10,400, right? Which means in our workbook, when you bring in sales into the text part, you'll be able to view the entire sum of sales. Right, so this is the total value of sales, which is 10,400. Okay, and when you calculate the sales of furniture, we are just adding up the sales value right next to the category called furniture, whatever subcategory it might belong to. As of now, we are concerned only about the category furniture. So I'll just add these. I'll add the value of sales, which is under the category of furniture. So we are arriving at a result of 150. Okay, now average sales of furniture is nothing but the total value of sales, 150, divided by the number of occurrences of furniture, right? So furniture, whatever subcategory it might have, so furniture occurs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in our data set, right? And that is how we calculate the average sales of furniture. Now when you look into our workbook, we have average sales of furniture, which is nothing but 30, right? Now this is the same way by which average sales of categories get calculated in our sample superstore as well, but I will not be able to clearly tell you the number of occurrences in this simple way that we just now did with this LOD sample, right? So that is why I thought I created a miniature or a sample just like our sample superstore, okay, with which explaining about this average of sales will be even better, right? So that is how we arrive at the average sales of subcategories, right? I mean average sales of categories. Okay, now this is the value of average sales of sample superstore categories, whereas this is our average sales of our LOD sample. Okay, and we'll just go back to this. And similarly, we have the total sales of appliances. Total sales of appliances. So wherever you have appliances, you just add up the value of sales and you will arrive at this total value, which is nothing but 6,900. And the average sales of appliances is 6,900 divided by the number of occurrences of appliances. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have 7, 8 over here, right? That is why we have 6,900 divided by 8, which is 862.5, which is the average sales value of your category called appliances, right? And again, similarly, you calculate the average sales of technology in the very same manner, right? And we have arrived at this sheet. You can just have this as a bar chart if you would like to, or you can also have it as a text table, right? Now, what if I would like to compare this average value of sales, okay, with the average sales of in terms of subcategories, right? Now, how do we do that, right? Now, I'll just show you. Okay, so now when it comes to average sales of furniture, average sales of appliances, this is just the straightforward method of how average sales is getting calculated. Now, how do I calculate the average sales of appliances in terms of its subcategories, right? Now, there's a difference between both, right? This is just the average sales of that particular category, but this is the average sales of appliances in terms of subcategory. Okay, I hope you're able to get the difference between these two. Now, when I say in terms of subcategories, under appliances, I have two subcategories. I have TV and I have fridge, right? So I will calculate the average of fridge and TV separately, right? And then calculate the average of subcategories of appliances, and which will arrive at a single value. Okay, so I'm just calculating the average sales of fridge, which is nothing but under appliances. When you look into fridge, we sum up the sales of only fridge subcategory. Okay, and it occurs around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So 4,800 is the total value of sales only of the subcategory called fridge under appliances, right? So 960 is the average sales of fridge. Average sales of TV is nothing but, again, you calculate the sales value of only TV and the number of occurrences, you divide by the number of occurrences and you arrive at 700, right? Now, therefore, the average sales of subcategories of appliances is nothing but average sales of fridge plus average sales of TV divided by 2, which is nothing but 830. So your average sales of appliances is 862.2, but your average sales of appliances in terms of subcategories is 830, right? So I hope you understood why there's a change between these values of calculating average sales of categories or average sales of categories in terms of subcategories, right? So basically this is the concept behind the calculation that we are going to go through as an example for LOD include expression, right? So while discussing about LOD, it is always better to stick on to one example first. Okay, from the same example, just go through the very same example again and again, try to get the concept behind it, and then you can definitely try this out in any other example. Okay, so that is the one very important point when LOD is concerned about, right? So basically this is the difference. We have average sales of categories, which is a different value, and average sales of categories in terms of subcategories, which comes up to a different value. Now, how will we arrive at this value? This is only by having average sales and category in our view and including subcategory in the calculation alone by using the include LOD expression, right? So now in this diagram, we have our average of sales, we have our category in the view level of detail. We are including the dimension called subcategory, where the average of sales will be calculated for the categories in terms of subcategories, and the result alone will be brought into our visualization so that you can compare between both the average sales of category and average sales of category in terms of subcategory, right? So basically this is what we are moving towards. This is the idea behind the calculation or the visualization that we are going to create. Okay, we are just trying to compare the average sales of categories with average sales of subcategories in terms of subcategories. Okay, and there's one more point. In order to bring the result of average sales of categories in terms of subcategories, we will remove subcategory from the view. Okay, we will create a calculated field which will include the dimension called subcategory, okay, which is not a part of my visualization. I'm including it only to calculate the average of sales, right? Yes, so this is the include LOD expression, and I'll just call this as sales of let's say subcategory, because it is in terms of subcategories, right? Just click on apply and OK. But when I try to bring this into visualization, okay, when I try to bring this into visualization, though there is already an aggregation called average that I have used in my calculation, okay, there is a second layer of aggregation that is applied to my calculation itself, okay, and which is by default the sum aggregation. I'll have to just change it as average, right? And now you'll be able to clearly compare between the average sales of categories and average sales of categories in terms of subcategories. Okay, and what is this second layer of aggregation all about? When you look into this diagram, we are performing the calculation in a space which is below the view level of detail, below this dotted line, right? Which means my view level of detail is more aggregated than the space where I am performing this calculation, right? So that is why, because my calculation is less aggregated than the view level of detail, when I bring back the result to the view level of detail, just to match the aggregation of my result with the aggregation of the view level of detail, I am applying a second layer of aggregation, right? When you just look into this line, this horizontal line over here, and this view level of detail, right? Your view level of detail is more aggregated, and when you move down to the space where your calculation is carried out, it is less aggregated when compared to your actual view level of detail. So that is why, in order to match the aggregation with that of the view level of detail, we are applying a second layer of aggregation on our result. Okay, only then it will be matched with the aggregation of my view level of detail, and the result will be displayed in the worksheet, right? Now there are two ways by which you can apply the view level of you can apply the second layer of aggregation. You can either change from this measure over here, okay, or you can simply edit this calculation. You can simply wrap up this entire calculation with a second layer of aggregation, right? So my entire include expression is wrapped up with an average aggregation. You can also try doing this. Anyhow, you should have two layers of aggregation. Only then your result that is calculated in a level which is lesser aggregated than the view level of detail will be matched with your aggregation of the view level of detail, right? These are a few points about include LOD expression. Okay, now we'll just go into our actual workbook of sample superstore. Yes, so we have our average of sales of categories, and we have average sales of categories in terms of subcategories. Okay, you can just look into the tooltip. We have different values for both of them because I'm sure by now you must be able to get the point why the value of both these are different, right? Now we'll just try enhancing the visualization. Okay, now we are going to create a dual axis graph, dual axis chart. Okay, and in order to create a dual axis graph, we need to have two measures. Okay, and we'll be discussing in detail about dual axis graph during our next session. We'll be starting with the next module, which is about charts and graphs.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Within 2 to 3 months of the course taking and completing the assignments, doing some hands-on, I was able to take projects in the organization and complete all those projects successfully, starting the course with Intellipaat.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. Which of the following is not a trend line model? A. Linear trend line. B. Exponential trend line. C. Binomial trend line. D. Logarithmic trend line. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
We have average sales of subcategory. You can customize, you can enhance each and every chart, each and every graph, each and every measure. You can color them, you can change one into a bar chart, one into a line chart, just totally depending how you would want your view, your final view to appear, right? So I'll just show you one example. As of now, I'm changing both the measures as bar charts. Okay, and we have our average sales, which is blue in color, and we have our average sales of subcategory, which is orange in color, but you are not able to find the blue bar graph because it is just overlapped. Both the bar charts, bar graphs are overlapping on each other, right? So because of which, let me reduce the size of this so that you'll be able to see the blue graph right behind it. Okay, now with this type of visualization, the user will be clearly able to compare between what is the average sales of category, which is the blue graph, blue bar chart, and what is the average sales of category in terms of subcategories, right? So that is why we have a orange bar chart over here, right? So you can easily compare them with this type of a visualization. This was one example where you can make use of LOD expression. You are calculating with a dimension which is not present in your visualization, right? You are including a dimension to your calculation which is not present in your visualization, right? Now exclude is just in contrast with this, right? Now just in contrast with include, we have our exclude LOD expression. We are, as you look into this, we have the filled circle, which is a measure. It is average of days. Then we have our first dimension, treatment category, and we have some other dimension called admit source, and then comes the view level of detail, right? Now from the view level of detail, okay, we are excluding a dimension which is already present in our view level of detail. We are performing the calculation without considering this excluded dimension and then displaying the result in the view level of detail, right? So we'll just look into that example as well. Let's say, for example, I have the state and city related sales, right? Now let's have the state. Okay, we have the list of states, and let's say we have cities. Okay, and let's have the corresponding sales, right? Now we have the state under which we have quite a lot of cities, and their corresponding sales is displayed over here, right? Now what if let's just sort this out in a descending order. Okay, so we get this over here, right? Now you can either use your state and city hierarchy as well for this, right? And now we are planning to compare the average sales. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll just change this into average sales. Instead of sum of sales, let's have average of sales, right? So now I have the average sales of cities, okay, that has been visualized over here. I would like to compare the average sales of state, okay. For every state, I would like to have a state average, okay, with which I can compare which cities has an average sales which is above or below the state average to which it belongs to, right? And how can I calculate the average of state when I have city in my visualization, right? This is where we make use of an exclude LOD expression, right? Just like this example over here, we have our average sales, we have our state, we have our city in our view level of detail, right? From which we are going to exclude a dimension. We are going to exclude city from our visualization. We are going to calculate the average sales of state alone and then bring the result to our visualization, right? Now let me just visualize it, and then when we arrive at the final visualization, you'll be clearly able to understand, right? So I'm going to create a calculated field. This, I'll just name this as state average, okay? I'm going to exclude a dimension. Now you can, when you are including a dimension, you can include any dimension of your choice, whatever is present in your data set, right? But while excluding, you will have to make sure you will have to exclude only the dimension which is already present in your visualization, right? So that is one important point when it comes to exclude. So here we are excluding the dimension which is nothing but the city, and my aggregated expression is average of sales, right? I'll just click on apply and OK. Now this is the state average. You can simply bring the state average and place it into your visualization. Now there's one point. When we try to bring the calculation into our view in our include LOD expression, okay, we had to either apply a second layer of aggregation, or we had to add two layers of aggregation. We had to wrap up the entire include expression or with an average aggregation, which is the second layer of aggregation, right? But when it comes to include, what is supposed to be done? I'm just bringing state average into my view, right? And yes, I have the result that is getting visualized. This is because, as I told you, when it comes to include, the calculation is done in a space which is in a lesser aggregated area than the view level of detail. That is why, while bringing the result back to the view level of detail, in which is more aggregated in nature, we had to apply a second layer of aggregation, right? But in contrast, we have our exclude calculation that is done above the view level of detail, above this dotted line, which means the calculation is getting performed in a space which is more aggregated than the aggregation of the view level of detail, right? That is why when it comes to an exclude LOD expression, okay, because the result is already in a more aggregated area, there is no need to apply a second layer of aggregation. You can simply replicate the result in the view level of detail, right? You can just compare these two diagrams. The calculation is below the view level of detail, and here the calculation is above the view level of detail because we are excluding a dimension which is already a part of the view, right? So that is why the calculation is done above the view level of detail, and instead of applying a second layer of aggregation, there's no use of applying a second layer of aggregation. You can just replicate the result to be visualized in your worksheet, right? In your view level of detail. Okay. Let me go back to the workbook. I have brought the state average. We haven't applied any second layer of aggregation. We are just replicating the result over here. Okay. It says attribute because you cannot, further apply any aggregation on top of this, right? Now let's enhance the visualization. Now we have both as bar charts. Okay. I would like to have the state average to be displayed as Gantt bar. So under state average, I am choosing the Gantt bar from the marks card. Okay. And let me create a and let me change the color of it first. Let's have a lighter color, something like this. Okay. And let me create the dual axis chart, right? And I would like to have my average sales of cities as a bar chart itself, right? Now let's try synchronizing the axis, right? After which we have our average sales of cities, and we have the average, the state average that is represented using a Gantt bar. So by this, you can clearly be able to find out which particular city has a sales which is lesser than the state average, or whichever is higher than the state average, right? You can also label them. You can also change the color of your bar chart. Let's say I would like to have this as light blue and orange. Okay. And you can also label them. You can simply bring your sales with a right click on your label and have it as an average of sales. Okay. And when you click on this label, you can decide on your alignment options. Okay. I'll just place it in the center, right? And then you can also label your state average, right? So with which you can easily compare whatever is your state average and whatever is your city average in one single chart, right? So this is an example of exclude LOD expression. We are excluding a dimension which is already a part of our visualization, performing the calculation with only the dimension that is left out. Okay, and then we are displaying, we are just, instead of applying, there's no need of applying a second layer of aggregation. We are just replicating the data in our view level of detail, right? So this was about include and exclude. So I hope you're able to compare both the differences between these two, right? And we just have one more to go, which is nothing but the fixed LOD expression. But when it comes to a fixed LOD expression, calculations are computed independently of what data is present in my visualization. I might have any dimension in my visualization, right? But the result of my calculation will remain fixed, right? So let's just look into an example for that. Let's say I would like to see which are the customers who are profitable and which are the customers who are not profitable, right? Let's say I'll bring in the customer name into rows, and let me bring in the sum of profit. Okay. Now, when you look into this profit, we have a few customers with positive profit and we have a few customers with negative profit, right? So now let me just create a very simple calculated field, right? I'll just call this as color. Okay. I'm going to just say sum of profit is greater than 0. So there'll be two different colors, one for the value of sum of profit greater than 0 and one for the profit value which is lesser than 0, right? So I'll just click on apply. Okay. And I'll place this into the colors mark. So now as you notice, and I'll just change true to be blue and false to be orange. Click on apply and okay. So here we have, you can also sort this out in descending order. So these are the list of positive customers, and as you go ahead, you'll have a list of negative customers, right? Which we have a different color code for the positive or profitable and non-profitable customers, right? But this doesn't answer any such analytical questions, right? As of what is the number of profitable customers, like let's say per city or in any state, in any particular state, what is the number of positive profitable customers and what is the number of negative or non-profitable customers, right? So how do we do that? So in order to answer such analytical questions, we will have to make use of our LOD expressions, right? And let's see how that can be done. Okay. Now you can also bring in city over here, okay, where you have whether this particular city has a positive profit or not, this particular city has a negative profit or not, right? But in this same chart, I would like to view the number of customers in any city who are profitable and not profitable, right? So let's see how this can be done. I'll just clear the sheet. Okay. Now let me create a calculated field, right? So whatever dimension is going to be placed in my visualization, this calculation is going to remain fixed. Okay, I'll just say fixed. I'll just say fixed, and I'm going to fix the customer name over here because I would like to view the fixed count of customers, okay, in terms of whether they have positive profit or negative profit, right? So we are simply specifying a condition right here in our LOD expression, okay? So we have our sum of profit, which is greater than 0, and customer name. Okay, I'm sorry, I just didn't name my calculation. Okay, so this is it. We have our fixed customer name. We are fixing the dimension called customer name. Okay, and we are just calculating whether the customers have a positive profit or a negative profit, right? So this is the result of this calculation, and we'll just name it as, let's say, profitable customers, right? So we have this calculated field. Just click on apply and OK. So we have profitable customers. Yes, they are profitable customers with a profit greater than 0, or no, true or false value. No, they have a negative profit, right? Now let me just let's say bring in customer. Okay, I'll bring in cities. Okay, let's try calculating the count of customers in terms of cities. We'll have our cities in rows. Okay, and now let's put this calculated field called profitable customers. Okay, and while putting this into our columns, we will have to have a count distinct, or you can have a count aggregation. I think count will be fine, right? Let's have a count aggregation. Only then you will get a count of profitable or non-profitable customers, right? So as of now, we are able to view, we have a count of profitable customers as 355. The count of customers are clearly viewed over here. Okay, now let's try to make it even more clear. Okay, let's try to make it even more precise, and I'm creating another calculated field. So I'll just complete the visualization, and we'll come back to the different calculated fields that we created, and we'll just go through what is the advantage, what is the purpose of every calculated field, right? So now I'll just call this as profitable, whether this is profitable or not. We are just going to differentiate between them, right? So I'll just say if the result of my calculated field called profitable customers is equal to true, right? Then, right? So if the result of my calculated field called profitable customers, which makes use of the fixed LOD expression, is true, which means if the sum of profit is greater than 0, right, then they are profitable, right? Else you can just say they are non-profitable, right? And you can simply end your calculation, right? After which we will just click on apply, and okay, right? And now let's just place this profitable into the colors marks card, okay? And I'll just change this. I want profitable to be blue in color and I want non-profitable to be orange in color, right? I'll just click on apply and okay. Now for every city we have a blue mark and we have an orange mark, right? So it says blue corresponds to profitable customers, where the count of profitable customers is 300. When you click on orange, it is the count of non-profitable customers, but it says count, the tooltip has to be enhanced, right? But as of now, this is the count of customers who has negative profit in this particular city, and this is the count of customers who has positive profit in this particular city, right? Now let's try enhancing the enhancing the tooltip. Okay, as of now I don't think the tooltip is fine. Now let me just click on tooltip. Okay, I'll just remove this. I'll just have it as count of profitable customers. So these many customers, okay, you can just insert city from here. In this particular city, okay, your tooltip is going to be dynamic in nature, so it will automatically display the city wherever your cursor has been placed. So these many customers in this particular city are whether they are profitable or non-profitable, right? To display that, we will make use of this calculated field, right? Just click on OK. And now when you look into the tooltip, it says 300 customers in New York City are profitable. So as an audience or as a user, they will be clearly able to understand what analysis you have made right from the tooltip that you have created, right? Or it says there are 50 customers in San Francisco who are non-profitable, right? So it clearly tells you from the tooltip itself, the users will be able to understand. And as we had made it dynamic, the name of the city also is getting updated according to wherever we place the cursor, right? And blue means it is profitable and orange corresponds to the non-profitable customers, right? Now, why do we say this calculation is fixed? Whatever dimension is placed in your visualization, or this calculation is computed independently of whatever data is present in your visualization. Why do we say that? Now we have our city related information. Now I can just simply replace city by state. You just have to place state right on top of city. Okay, and as you notice, for example, in California, the tooltip has also been updated accordingly. Instead of city, we have the state in our tooltip. Okay, you have the information that 473 customers in California are profitable and 104 customers in California are non-profitable, right? So whatever dimension I bring in my view, the result of this calculation is just going to remain the same. The result of this calculation is just fixed as it is, right? You can also try bringing any other dimension, let's say subcategories, right? You might be able to see these many customers in this subcategory are profitable and these many customers in this subcategory are non-profitable, right? And you can also you can also label your visualization. Okay, I'll bring this count of profitable customers in the label part with a count aggregation, right? After which you'll be able to see, you can just expand this a little bit. You'll be able to see you have the exact count of customers right here in your bar chart itself, right? So this will allow the user to, very easily view your chart and, get to know what analysis you have made, right? So this is about the fixed LOD expression. Your calculation is computed independently of whatever data might be present, whatever dimension you might use in your visualization, right? So this is all about our LOD expressions that we have. Include we have exclude, and we have fixed LOD expression. Next topic called LOD calculations, about how to fetch the latest 3 months details or 3-month data alone, right? So I'll create a new sheet. Now I'm going to bring in my order date. Okay, let's have it in terms of continuous months. Okay, and please note, I have first converted it into a continuous date field, okay, in terms of months, and then I am changing it into discrete, right? This is because I would like to have a text table in this manner, which has continuous month details, but the values should be displayed in a discrete format, right? So I hope you understood how we arrived at this. I have my order date in terms of continuous months, where I have every month name, a plot for every month, right? And after which I'm just changing it into discrete, so that I'll be able to get this as a text table. I'll be able to make use of this as a text table, right? Now let me bring in the sales and place it into the text part, right? So this is our continuous months in a discrete format. Okay, now as of now, the latest month is December 2018, November 2018, and October 2018, right? Now let's try to fetch out only the latest month, okay, which is December 2018, right? Let's see how that can be done. I'll be creating a very simple calculated field, right? I'll just call this as latest month sales, right? We'll call this as latest month sales because it is going to fetch only the sales of the latest month. And as our data is concerned, we have December 2018, which is the latest month, right? So for that, I'm going to make use of a few date functions, right? So now let's see how that can be done. I'll just say I'll make use of the if logical function. If I'll just complete typing the calculation, right? And then I'll let you know what is being done over here. Now we are calculating the date difference in terms of months, okay? And between, I'm just trunking the date to the month level, okay? And this details is to be fetched from the field called order date, okay? And after which, I mean, when it comes to date difference, we should have a date part, okay? We should have a start date and an end date between which the date difference will be calculated, right? So when you look into this, okay, so we have the date difference in terms of month. The date part is month, right? Now the starting date is the date trunk. I'll tell you what is date trunk about, okay, right? In terms of month, and then I'm going to calculate the max of date trunk. Now what is this all about? I'll just let you know. I'll split this up into 3 and I'll explain the result, what every single function is going to display, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. What are the components of a dashboard? A. Horizontal. B. Vertical. C. Image extract. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
We have month as the date part again, and we have the order date from which the corresponding details are to be fetched, right? And after which we have, I'll just make sure the curly braces are fine, right? Yes, now when this is equal to 0, then you can display the sales, else end, right? Date difference, we have month to 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll just close the date difference over here. I think this should work fine. Yes, right. So we are just calculating the difference between 2 dates, right? In terms of in the month level. Okay, so I am the result of this date trunk in terms of month level of order date. So this is the starting date, which is nothing but for every month we will have this value that is displayed. Okay, and then this max of date trunk. Now date trunk month of order date. Okay, the max of date trunk month of order date is going to be 12, right? Because the maximum month that we have in our the latest month that we have in our data set is 12, the month of 12 of 2018, right? So that is why we will have the month of 12 of 2018 over here. So when you find a difference between them, right, only the December month details will have a value of 0 when you calculate a difference, right? All the others will have a different value. For example, November will be something like 10 minus 2 or 12 minus 2. 12, which is the max of date trunk, minus 10, which is the number for October, which is nothing but 2, right? So the value is not going to be equal to 0. So only when it is equal to 0, we will be able to fetch the latest month details. Just click on apply and OK. So we have our latest month sales. Drag this latest month sales simply here into your visualization, right? Now, as you notice, we have the actual sales, and when it comes to the latest month sales, we have only the latest month, okay, which is December 2018 value of sales that is displayed in this space, right? Now, similarly, you can just create a calculated field for, let me just create a duplicate of this, okay, and I'm going to edit this. I'll name it as, let's say, previous month sales, okay, and here I will have the value as 1, okay. So now max will be 12, okay, and only when it is November we will have 12 minus 11, which will where the value is going to be 1, right? So just click on apply and OK. When you bring this into the view, you will have the previous month sales, and similarly you can also calculate the prior month sales, okay. Just try duplicating this. You can edit this, have this value as 2, and then you can just name this as prior month sales, which is going to display the sales of the month of October, right? So this is how you fetch out every latest month details as per your requirement, okay. Now let's say you can just simply remove sales from your text part, okay, and you can remove month from your rows, right, where we have only the latest month, previous month, and prior month sales, right? You can bring in measure values and simply place it into your rows so that we get a bar chart for the latest month, previous month, and prior month, okay. And you can also label them if you require. Just bring in this calculation and label them, or you can just click on this, after which the label option, the text option in your toolbar, right, after which your bar charts will be labeled, right? So this is the latest month, previous month, prior month, and this calculation will be done according to whatever data is present in your data set, right? So this will get updated as your data set increases. Your data is getting added to your data set, right? And also for having latest 3 months together, right, you can just say a value. You can just change your calculation as, instead of equal to 2 or equal to 0 or equal to 1, you can just say anything which is less than or equal to 2, right? After which you will be able to, let's try doing that. I'll create a new sheet, right? Let me just create a duplicate of this and I'll try editing this, okay. And in this calculation, let me just remove, we'll remove the condition. Let's have only the date difference, and let's also remove this, and let's change this to be lesser than or equal to 2, right? And just click apply and OK. Now you can, I'll just rename this. You can have it as latest 3-month sales, right? So we have our latest 3-month sales. Okay, you can bring this, let's say, into your view, okay, where you have true and false values. Now, okay, now let me just bring in order date, okay, and their corresponding sales over here. Let's change it into a bar chart. Okay, you can also have it in terms of continuous months, right? Or you can also change this to be discrete so that you have a separate bar chart, right? Now, when you let's say, let me bring this latest 3-month sales into the filter first, and I would like to view only the true values. Click on apply and OK, after which only the latest 3 months values will be displayed, right? So this is just displaying all the 3 months values together in one view. Okay, so this was just an example of LOD calculation. This is not an LOD expression. This is an LOD calculation, a calculation which will be carried out independent of what change is being made to your data or what is present in your visualization, right? So this was all about LOD expressions, LOD calculations, about the inbuilt functions and calculations that we have in Tableau, right? Yes, we are going to start with charts and graphs. Now, this is again one important topic because it really matters. Whatever analysis you have made, you will have to represent, you will have to visualize it with an appropriate chart, okay, as per analysis you have made, right? And only then your chart, your visualization, whatever analysis you have made will reach the audience in a better manner, right? So we have various types of charts and graphs that you can make use of in Tableau in order to visualize your data. Now we have around 24 types of charts and graphs, which is readily available right here under Show Me, right? And we also have a few other types of charts and graphs that can be created, right? Let's start with the dual axis graph, right? Or a dual axis chart. Let's see how to create that, right? As the name tells you, we have dual axis chart or graphs. It means you need to have 2 axes, right? Which means you need to have 2 measures. So only when you have 2 measures, you can create a dual axis chart, right? Let's say I have my order date, and let's say we have 2 measures. We have sales and we have profit, right? So now we have a separate axis for sales and we have a separate axis for profit. Now, if I would like to compare both these measures under one graph or in one graph, how do we do that? Now, this is where we go into the dual axis graph or dual axis chart, right? As I told you, we need to have 2 measures in order to create a dual axis graph. Now, when you click on the drop down arrow of your first measure, you do not have an option called dual axis, right? Only on your second measure, when you click on this drop down arrow, you have an option called dual axis, right? So let's create a dual axis. So now automatically we have a color code. We have a separate color for sales and we have a separate color for profit, right? But again, we have sales and profit, and the way, yes, exactly, so we will have to synchronize the axis, right? So we have the values, the way your graph, your axis appears is different for both. So we will have right click on any axis and you will have an option called synchronize axis, after which both the axes will get synchronized, and you can just remove the header, you can remove one axis, and now we have our sales and our profit plotted in the same graph with just one axis, right? And you can also notice there's a structure change in between these 2 pills, right? So there's a straight line with which these 2 pills appear, and this indicates that you have created a dual axis between these 2 measures, right? Now, what if I would like to have one more measure? What if I would like to compare, let's say, the sales, profit, and discount of this particular superstore in a single graph, right? How do we do that? Now, let me bring discount, which is again a measure, and place it right next to profit in rows. Okay, so now we have already created a dual axis chart or graph for sales and profit. Now let's also try including discount in this graph, right? Now when you click on this drop down arrow, you do not have the option called dual axis, because as I told you, a dual axis graph can be created only between two measures, right? Then how do we include a third measure, or how do we compare more than two measures in the same graph, right? Now this is where we make use of the measure names and measure values, right? So let's remove these measures. Okay, let me bring in the measure values, okay, which is an auto-generated field under measures. I'm just placing this measure values into rows, and after which all our measures, all the fields under measures, we have discount, we have number of records, profit, quantity, and sales. All these measures have been plotted out in our graph, and just to differentiate between these, I would like to bring measure names and place it into the colors mark, after which every measure name has been given a unique color. Okay, and now I can simply filter out. I would like to view only discount, profit, and sales in my graph, in one particular graph, right? I'll just click on apply and okay. So now you have only your sales, your profit, and your discount, which has been plotted in a single graph, right? So when you would like to compare, or when you would like to plot two measures into the same graph, you can go in for a dual axis option. When you would like to compare or visualize more than two measures in the same graph, you can make use of the measure names and measure values, by which we can create a multi-axis graph, right? So this is how you create a dual axis graph and a multi-axis graph using your measure names and measure values, right? So now this dual axis option can also be used to create dual axis maps, right? You can also combine two maps and display the information on two different maps in a single map using your dual axis option, right? And we'll also be looking into how to create a pie chart and how to create a donut pie chart, where again we'll be making use of this dual axis option, right? So basically, in order to create a dual axis chart or graph, you need two measures, and only on the drop down arrow of your second measure you will have the option of dual axis, right, with which you can combine, you can visualize both these measures into the same graph, right? So this was about the dual axis graph. Next we have, you can just look into the show me. You have different types of text tables, heat maps, highlight tables, pie charts, and so on. And you have the requirements for every type of chart or graph, right? So we'll just go through a few. We have a dual combination chart, or we also call it as a Pareto chart or Pareto chart, however you pronounce it, right? Now, as say dual combination, you have two different types of charts combined into one, right? Now, let's say I have my, again, let's have our date, and let's have both our measures, sales and profit, right? So under show me, so these are the different options that you have for this combination of one dimension and two measures, right? So now let's look into this option. So we call this as the dual combination chart, right? So one measure has been plotted out using a bar chart, and one measure has been plotted out using a line graph, right? So this is how, and automatically you have this dual axis chart that has been created between these two, right? Now this is a readily available option which is available, right? And you can also do this manually. For example, you can bring in your order date, you can bring in your sales, and let's say your profit. And when you look into this Marks shelf, you have three options, so three different tabs. You have all, you have sum of sales, and you have sum of profit, right? So now this is, we use Pareto. Yes, okay, yes, that is one type of chart that you can make use of. Yes, so as I told you, for comparison, we use Pareto. Yes, exactly. Yeah, now when it comes to your marks shelf, we have separate tabs for all. Now this simply means when you, let's say, change the size, or decrease the size, automatically both your graphs will correspond to whatever changes you make under the all tab, right? When you click on sum of sales, only your sales line graph will act according to the changes that you make in this space under your sum of sales, right? Now let's say I'm changing this into a bar chart, or you can have it as a circle mark, right? So only your sum of sales graph will correspond to whatever changes you are customizing using this tab, using these options under sum of sales. And the same with sum of profit, right? I would like to change the color, so only this particular line chart which corresponds to the profit will reflect the corresponding changes, right? So this was just one point. When you go in for a when you have two measures, you have separate options, separate marks cards which are available for each measure, as well as a generalized marks card which is available for both your charts, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Within 2 to 3 months of the course taking and completing the assignments, doing some hands-on, I was able to take projects in the organization and complete all those projects successfully, starting the course with Intellipaat.
And I have my corresponding sales, right? Now by default, whenever you have one measure and one dimension, it is automatically a bar chart that gets created, right? So this is the first combination. Now what happens when I have one date dimension and one measure, right? So it is automatically a line chart that gets created when you have, it might be in any order, it might be you might have a measure in rows and a dimension in columns, or just the other way around, it doesn't matter. But for a combination of date dimension and a measure, it is always a line chart that gets created. You can very well go ahead and change it into a bar graph or any type of chart as per your requirement, but automatically for this combination of one dimension and one measure, it is a line chart that gets created, right? Now similarly, you have, let's say, two measures. When you have two measures, you have the shapes marks card that comes, that is automatically used under your marks shelf, because it is a scatter plot chart that as measures. You have a bar chart when you have one dimension and one measure, and you have a line chart when you go in for one date dimension and one measure, right? So these are a few basic points. As you start using Tableau, definitely you'll be getting to know all these in the flow, right? So this was just for information about what type of chart gets created automatically for the different combinations with which that you bring into visualization, right? So as I told you, you have we just had our region and sales. Okay, by default it is a bar chart that gets created, but I can also go in and create a line chart. Okay, and and you can also have a date line chart. Hierarchies, when you make use of a date dimension for which Tableau itself has created a default hierarchy, you can just go ahead. You can have a separate line chart for every year or for every quarter. Okay, or you can also change it into a continuous year, right? We'll have it as a continuous year with the measure, after which you have a line chart for it, and then you can, keep going ahead in terms of your continuous date field, right? So now there are a few differences between using a discrete date field and continuous date field, right? So this is basically how each discrete date field and continuous date field act when you try to visualize data using these date fields, right? And you can also, let's say, bring in categories or any dimension in the colors mark, after which you will have a separate line chart for every category, okay, that you have in your data set. Or you can also bring in region, right? So you have a separate line chart depending upon the sales in a continuous month format for the different regions that you have in your data set, right? So this is how you color your line charts. This is known as a colored line chart, okay? So these are the different options with which you can go in for a line chart, right? And next we have bar chart, right? So again, bar chart is something that we've been using. Let's say we have our subcategory with the corresponding sales. Now this is a vertical bar chart. You can just swap your pills to create a horizontal bar chart, and you can just place in, let's say, ship mode or any dimension, after which you are creating a colored bar chart, right? Now this becomes a colored bar chart, and you can just, let's say, I'll show the filter for the dimension category, and this becomes an interactive bar chart because you're interacting with your bar chart, okay? And then we have something called as a leveled bar chart. Now when I bring category also into the view, we have a separate pane for every category under which the corresponding subcategories are placed, right? This is known as a leveled bar chart. So basically we have the horizontal vertical bar chart, we color our bar charts, we make it interactive, and you can also have such bar charts known as leveled bar charts. Now when you click on your sorting options, there's a sorting that takes place for every category, okay? So yes, now these are again a few options while creating bar charts. Next we have pie charts. I'll just show you. When you have two measures, it is a scatter plot chart that's created, and I would like to split this plot into, let's say, I'll have different subcategories. You can place it into the details mark, right, by which the same shape has been given for all your subcategories, or you can also place it into the shapes marks card, okay, after which you will have a separate shape that has been given for the members in your dimension called subcategory, right? Now this is again called the shape legend, okay? Just like we have our color legend, this is known as, we also have our size legend, and this is known as the shape legend. It is just a key which indicates that for which particular shape, which category belongs to which particular shape. And as you notice, we have repeated shapes over here because, this particular palette that we are using consists of only around 10 different shapes where we have 17 subcategories. You can just go in and choose from the set of palettes that are available, right? You can make use of these arrows, right? Or you have these thin arrows or weather related shapes, right? So these are a few options that you can make use of. Okay, so this was about the scatter plot chart and how you can make use of the marks card, the shape card in your marks shelf. Okay, this was about the scatter plot, and you can again make your scatter plot chart colored or interactive, right? And we also have the option called drop lines. Now let me bring in subcategory into detail. And now when you click on any one plot, okay, when you just right click, you have this option called drop lines, right? I'll just say show drop lines, okay? And again, when you right click on any plot, you have an option called edit drop lines. Now these are lines dropping from any plot that you select, right? Your lines drop both to your x-axis as well as to your y-axis, and you can just customize them. I would like my line to drop only to x-axis, okay? And I would like the line to be dropped always, and not only when I select, but I want the line to be dropped always. The line is supposed to drop to x-axis, right? Just click on OK. After which, for all the plots in your graph, there's a line which is dropping to x-axis. Now this doesn't exactly show where your line is dropping or what value in which your line is dropping, right? You can also customize that. Let's say I'll go in for only when selected, right? And I would like the line to drop to both to x-axis and y-axis, okay? And I would like to give an automatic label as well, right? Now when you click on OK, now only when I select any plot from my graph, right? Let's say I'm selecting this plot. Now there's a line dropping to both x and y axis, as well as we have the value that has automatically appeared at the end of the line. So with this, we can clearly identify what is the exact value this line is dropping at, or between these what values this plot has been plotted out, right? So this is just for your convenience. When you go in for a presentation, you can just have such drop lines. So whenever you select any particular plot, you will have lines dropping. You will have the exact value where on which your line is dropping for this particular plot, right? So this is what drop lines are all about. And next we have the bubble chart. So when you look under show me, you have packed bubbles. Okay, you have one or more dimension and you need one or two measures in order to create a bubble chart. Now let's say we'll have categories and we have the corresponding profit, right? And as I told you, by default, with a dimension and a measure, you have a bar chart that gets created, right? But when it comes to packed bubbles, we will have to go into show me and then select packed bubbles. Now this is how a packed bubble chart looks like. You have circles and you have a number of circles and you have the size of circles. Now the number of circles is decided by the dimension, right? Because the number of values, the number of members in your dimension decide the number of circles, okay? And the value of your measure decide the size of every circle, right? For example, I have my subcategory. You can also create a chart by simply clicking on one dimension, press Control from your keyboard, click on any other measure, and then go into show me, after which you will be able to see what are the different types of charts that can be created with this combination of one dimension and one measure, right? Needn't have to bring them into the visualization and then create a chart. You can just click both, any of your dimensions and measures, and then go into show me and select that particular chart, right? So we're under subcategories, we have 17 subcategories, and that is why we have 17 circles right here in our bubble chart. Okay, and the size of every circle is decided by its value of sales, right? So we have phones with the greatest value of sales, and that is why phones is having a larger circle compared to all other subcategories. Now there's one limitation while going in for a bubble chart, right? It is always better to avoid going in for bubble charts with dimensions having more data, right? For example, if I would create a bubble chart for customer names, right? I have quite a long list of customer names. Now, when I go in to create a bubble chart for customer names with their corresponding, let's say, profit or quantity or sales, okay? Now, this is how your packed bubble chart appears, okay? It just forms a cluster. We are not able to clearly identify or analyze any information as such from this type of a graph, right? So it is always better to avoid using packed bubbles when you have more data. But when you have a limited number of members in your dimension, you can very well go ahead. Let's say, for example, ship mode and its corresponding profit. You can very well make use of packed bubbles, right? Where the number of bubbles is decided by the dimension and the size of bubbles is decided by your measure, right? And this was about the packed bubbles chart. We also have tree maps, okay?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. Which of the following is not a trend line model? A. Linear trend line. B. Exponential trend line. C. Binomial trend line. D. Logarithmic trend line. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When I click on tree map, you have technology, office supplies, and furniture, right? When it comes to tree maps, as I told you, it is very similar to a packed bubble because the number of boxes, it might be a square or a rectangle, the number of boxes in this tree map is decided by your dimension, right? So under the dimension called categories, we have 3 different categories. So we have 3 different boxes, and the size of each box is decided by the sales or whatever the profit, right? So profit is our measure over here. Whatever is your measure, depending upon the value of that measure, your size, the size of your box is decided, right? So again, as I told you, the number of boxes is decided by the dimension and the size of each box is decided by your measure, okay? And when it comes to tree maps, the main visual element of tree map is known as, it is also known as a space filling display, right? So when you notice, we have only 3 members in this dimension called category, but still the entire space in our worksheet has been occupied by this tree map, right? Or let's say I would have subcategory wise sales for which I'm creating a tree map, right? And even then I have the entire space in my worksheet that is occupied, right? Now this is why we call tree maps as a space filling display, because it occupies the entire space in our worksheet. And in this example, we have our subcategories. We have 17 subcategories. So the number of boxes is equal to the number of members in your dimension. And the size of each box is decided by your measure, which is nothing but sales in this particular example, right? And I'll just show you. Let's create a hierarchy. Let's say I have my country and my state, right? I'm just creating a hierarchy for this. And let's try using this hierarchy and create a tree map, right? As I told you, we only have one country called United States under the dimension called country, right? Even then the entire space is occupied in my worksheet, right? And when I drill down, so under this particular country, we have so many different states for which a tree map has been created. So you can also make use of hierarchies while creating tree maps, okay? And this is one important point. It is known as the space filling display. It is the only chart which occupies the entire space, no matter what measure or what dimension you make use of to create a tree map, right? And again, when it comes to tree maps, you can have an interactive or a colored tree map, right? So any chart for which you simply create a quick filter, that becomes an interactive chart, okay? And you can also color them out. Let's say, for example, I'll bring a category into the colors marks card, after which your tree map has been divided into 3 different colors depending upon whichever category your subcategories belong to, right? And you can make it interactive in nature using your quick filter, right? So this becomes an interactive tree map as well as a colored tree map, right? So this was all about tree maps. And then we have pie charts, right? So now let's see how to create a pie chart and what are the different options and what are the different types of pie charts that you can create in Tableau, right? Now you can simply click on one dimension. Let's say we'll have a region and the corresponding sales. Okay. And under show me, you can go in and create a pie chart, right? Or this is one way by which you can create a pie chart, or you can simply, let's say, drag in categories, the corresponding sales, and under your marks, in your marks shelf, you can choose your pie marks card, right? After which you will have a separate pie that gets created for every single category, okay? Or you can simply bring in the sales value and place it into your visualization, right? And then choose pie from your marks card, for which a pie chart has been created for the entire value of sales, right? And then you can bring in any dimension in your colors marks card, right? So these are a few ways with which you can go in and create a pie chart. Okay. And now let's see what is a donut pie chart all about. Okay. And when you would like to create a donut pie chart, we need to have two different pie charts that is combined together. Okay. Now, why do we call it as a donut pie chart? Because it resembles a donut. Okay. I'll just try and visualize. I'll visualize and then let you know. You'll be able to clearly get the point why it is known as a donut pie chart. And in order to do that, we will have to combine two pie charts, and combining two different charts is done with the dual axis option that we have, right? And in order to create a dual axis chart, we need to have two measures, right? Now we will be making use of, let's say, the number of records. Okay, this is an auto-generated field, and we'll be making use of number of records twice in our visualization. And this is just for creating a donut pie chart, right? So because we need two measures to create a donut pie chart, we are going in for this measure called the number of records with an attribute aggregation, right? Which means it cannot be partitioned further, right? Or it cannot be, you cannot partition the data, right? So we'll just quickly look into that. We'll have our number of records and I'll have it as an attribute, right? Then again, we'll have our number of records. You can either go in for a dual axis chart, or you can also change it into a pie, okay? And then go in for a dual axis option, right? Where you can just decrease the size, right? Fine. And my first, I'll just change the color. Okay, why is my color not changing? Right. So I've just changed the color of one of my, number of records, one of my circle, right? And let this be blue in color. And then I'll try increasing the size, or I'll try decreasing the size for the second number of attributes, right? So you just have to first make sure which circle corresponds to which number of records, right? Whichever, I mean, both will be overlapping on each other. So you'll just have to make sure which circle corresponds to which number of records and then make the necessary changes, right? So I'm just decreasing its size. I think this looks better. Now this resembles a donut, right? That is why we basically call it as a donut pie chart. Now let's have, yes. So yes, this resembles a donut. And now let's try adding details to it. Now in my second circle, which is the inner circle, okay, I've just given it to be the same as the background color, just to resemble a donut. Okay, I'll just make sure it's my second circle. Yes. Now in this second circle, I'm going to place my entire value of sales. Okay, and in my outer circle, I can place any dimension, right? For example, I'll bring my categories, place it into the label part, right? And categories, and place it into the colors part, after which you have a separate color that you have given for every category, and you have the entire value of sales. And you can also bring in sales and place it into the label part right next to every category, right? So this is how you create a donut pie chart. Now this is just for visualization purpose that we are making use of number of records. Okay, and this is just another way that you can make use, that you can use to visualize, to represent your data, right? Rather than going in for a normal pie chart, you can just try this out. Okay, and then we have heat maps, right? Now let's see what is a heat map all about, and I'll let you know how to create a calendar, how to visualize a calendar right here in our worksheet. Okay. Now basically heat map is a visualization where marks on your chart are represented as colors, right? So as the marks heat up due to the higher values or density of records, a more intense color is displayed, right? I'll just show you. Let's say we have our month of order date. Okay, we have discrete months, and let's say we have our subcategory. So now when both are dimensions, we get a text table by default. Okay, you can just bring in sales in color. Okay, and we'll also have sales in size. Okay, and then we have the mark as circle. Okay, now so you can also increase the size of the circles a little bit, right? So now as the value of sales increases, the intensity of the color in your chart also increases, right? So darker the color, darker the value of sales. Okay, so this is why we call it as a heat map, right? Your marks heat up due to the higher values of whatever your measure is, right? And when it comes to a heat map, you can also decide the color using one measure and decide the size using another measure, right? Let me decide the size by profit, right? So though phones is darker in color, the size is lesser when compared to copiers, right? Which means the size is decided by, the size of the circle is decided by the corresponding profit, and the color, the intensity of the color is decided by the sales, right? So in this heat map, we are making use of two measures. One measure decides the color, and one measure decides the size of the circle that we have in our heat map, right? Now let's see how to create a calendar. Okay, so we'll be making use of this heat map to create a calendar, and for that we need to create a few calculated fields, right? As I told you, we'll be creating, and this will also help you go through, help you understand of what different calculations can be used, right? So this is just for a practice purpose. So let's try creating a calendar. Let's try visualizing a calendar right here in our worksheet. Okay, and for that we'll be making use of a few calculated fields, right? So my first calculated field, in order to create a calendar, we need the week days, we need the week numbers, we need the day numbers, and the month names, and also to which particular year that particular month belongs to, right? So we have quite a lot of things that needs to put up into our, that we need to calculate and fetch out from the data that we have in order to create and visualize a calendar, right? So first, let me fetch the weekday names, okay, which means the weekday names as in Sunday, Monday, and so on, in order to visualize, bring in my calendar. So I'll just call this calculated field as weekday, and I'm going to make use of the date name function, okay? And you have the syntax, and you have the explanation, and you have an example for it, right? So the date part that we are going to fetch is the weekday, okay? And we are going to fetch the weekday names from the field called order date, right? So this is our first calculated field, okay? I hope it was quite simple. Just click on apply and okay. So we have our weekday. Next, we need the week number, for which we are creating another calculated field. Now week number, so in year, we have around 53 weeks, right? So in order to clearly display which particular week we are visualizing in our worksheet, we need this week number, okay? And again, we are going to make use of the date name function. We are going to fetch out the week from the order date. Now, when I complete the visualization, you'll clearly be able to understand what is the purpose of every calculated field. We'll also go back to every calculated field and we will try going through it again once we complete the visualization, right? And next, we need to fetch the year to which your the month in your calendar belongs to, right? That is why we are creating a calculated field for year, and we have inbuilt function called year, which simply fetches and displays the year of whatever field that you specify in its inside the year function, right? Just click on apply and okay. So we have our year, we have our week number, and we have our week day. Then we need the name of the different months. Okay, I'll call this as month name. And we are again making use of the date name function. This time we are going to fetch the month part from the order date, right? Click on apply and okay. And finally, we need the different days of our month, right? So that is why we are creating another calculated field called day. We will make use of the date part function. Okay, we are going to fetch the day part from my order date, right? Just click on apply and okay. So now we have our year and day which has been brought under measures. I'll just place it under dimension, okay, because I need discrete values of this calculation, right? So now next we have our year, we have our month, we have the weekdays, week numbers, and the different days of every month, right? Next step is to visualize a calendar using all these calculated fields, right? So first of all, we'll bring our weekdays, place it into columns. So we have all the weekday names right here, okay? And then we have the week numbers that I'm placing into rows, right? So we have around 53 weeks, okay? And then we need to filter out year and month because I need only one particular month of one particular year calendar to be displayed in my worksheet, right? So that, for that purpose, I'm just showing the filter for month name as well as showing the filter for year, okay? And we will be changing this into a single value drop down, okay? And this also as a single value drop down. You can also have it as a single value list. Just to save the space, I'm going in for a single value drop down, right? In this manner, we are just visualizing only the month of January, which belongs to the year of 2015, right? So this is why we basically made use of our filters, okay? Right. Next, so this is the first week number. When you simply change it into, I would like to say 2017, the month of August, right? So the week number changes accordingly, right? So as a next step, we will bring our day into the text part, okay, where we have the different days, and we do have a few blanks, missing dates in between. And as I told you, this is because the data set that we have been provided with does not contain information regarding this particular date. For example, August 10th of 2017, there was no entry made. There's no entry, there's no data available in our data set for this particular date. That is why it has been left blank, right? So as a Tableau developer, we are just visualizing whatever data has been provided to us, right? So these missing values, it doesn't matter. It is again purely based on your data, right? So we are not concerned about that. We are just trying to visualize with whatever data that we have been connected with Tableau, right? So we have our calendar for every month of any year as per your requirement. Okay, and then you can just try to color them out. Let's bring weekday into the color marks card, where you have a separate color for every weekday. Okay, and you can also change the mark to square, right? After which you have a square right next to every day number. And under the label marks card, you have an option called alignment. I'll change it into center aligned so that they are placed right in center of my box, of my square. Okay. And next, you can just increase the size of your square. Let me just, yes, you can increase the size of your square. And then you can change the font color to black. You can make it bold, right? So all these colors are purely depending on your requirement. Okay, however you would like to visualize it, you can just go in for that, right? And you can increase or decrease the size. You can edit the label, your size, your font, your color. Okay, and you can also edit colors. Okay, you can change the colors as per your requirement, right? So this is how you display a calendar. Okay, you bring a calendar right here into your worksheet. Okay, you can just say I would like to view the calendar for the year 2016 and the month of December, right? So you have a perfect calendar that has been visualized, that has been brought right here in your worksheet with just a few simple calculated fields that we created. One to fetch the weekdays, the weekday names, to fetch the week numbers, right? The year to which it belongs to, the month to which this particular calendar belongs to, and finally the days that we have simply placed into the text part, right? So after which we have just enhanced our visualization. Okay, and as I told you, you can also have it as a single value list. Okay, with such radio buttons. You can simply try using this as well. Okay, and when you go in for all, you have all the different months of all the different years that has been brought into visualization, right? So this is just a calendar that we have created, and using a few calculated fields, Tableau, right? So this was about creating a calendar with Tableau, right? So what's the real-time scenario for calendar, right? So you might want to have one sheet which is exclusively meant for calendar. So when you go in for dashboards, when you have multiple sheets, you can have a parameter, right, where you're allowing the user to simply choose a year, or you can have such interactive filters, right, where the user will choose a particular year and month whose corresponding data is displayed. And you can also have one sheet which displays this calendar so that the user can easily identify which what are the missing dates, and anything regarding the calendar of that particular month, right? So this is just for your convenience. Again, if you would like to include this in your dashboard for additional information, then you can just go ahead with that, right? So this was basically just how to visualize your calendar. And real-time scenario, in the sense, again, as I told you, it totally depends on your whatever data you're trying to visualize and whatever is your real-time scenario. If you are in need of it, if you would like to given a calendar, given a worksheet for a calendar as such, you can just go ahead with that, right? So yes, and the difference between a heat map and a tree map. Now, heat map, as I told you, it the the colors, your map, your chart itself, the colors in your chart gets the intensity depending upon the value of your measure, right? Whereas when it comes to a tree map, it occupies the entire space in your worksheet. You have the structure, which is decided by the dimension, and the size of your structure, the size of your box, your square or rectangle, the size is decided by the measure, right? So both are completely different. They are not the same, right? So these are just different ways by which you can visualize your data, right? So whichever type of chart you feel is appropriate for visualizing the data or analysis that you have made, you can just go ahead with that. We also have something called waterfall chart, and we have, I think, some 2 or more 3 types of charts that can be discussed about. We have something called as a motion chart, right? So we'll just look into that. And when it comes to real-time scenario, it is all up to you to decide which chart will be appropriate, okay, in order to visualize your analysis, your data that you have made with the data that you have been connected with Tableau, right? So I'm just telling you, these are the different options that you can make use of, right? And it is all up to you to decide which will be appropriate for your requirement and for your analysis of your data, right? So I hope you're able to get what I'm trying to say, all right? Waterfall chart, it is just effective for dashboards, right? And for displaying the effect of positive and negative values, right? Now let's say, for example, how sales or profit goes from one place to another, like a waterfall, right? So that is why we call it as a waterfall chart. And let's say, for example, we have subcategories and we have the corresponding sales, right? And in our marks shelf, I'm going to make use of the Gantt bar, okay? And then sort it out in descending order. And we will just make use of this measure in the size as well as in the colors marks card, right? So this just resembles a waterfall, just tells of how your sales moves from one subcategory to another, okay? And this is just another way by which you can visualize your data, right? And we also have funnel charts, okay, that you can create using Tableau. Now these are a few types that is not readily available under Show Me, okay. Under funnel chart, we have a basic funnel chart and we have something called as an advanced funnel chart, right? So with funnel chart, you can just represent, let's say, your measure at different stages or sectors, right? Now let's see how to create a basic funnel chart. I'll have my sales, okay, and I'm going to make use of this segment in the size marks card, okay, and then I'm going to make use of the segment in my colors marks card. I'm just coloring out the entire value of sales depending upon these 3 segments in my dimension, okay, and size is going to be decided by the measure, okay, and I'll just make it into an entire view. And here we have our basic funnel chart, right? And you can simply label them. Let's have the different segments, their corresponding sales. And here in this sum of sales, you can apply a quick table calculation of percent of total, right? So with this type of a visualization, the audience will clearly be able to understand, right, the sales value of which segment is higher, is more when compared to the other segments, and what is the contribution of this particular segment to the total value of sales in terms of percentage, right? So this is how you go in for a basic funnel chart. So first I had my sales in the view, then I just colored it out using any of my dimension, okay, and then I brought in the measure to decide the size of every segment, right? And then we have our funnel chart. You can just make use of any measure, any dimension, and go ahead and create such a funnel chart, okay? And let's see what is the advanced funnel chart all about. Now for this, let's make use of the ship mode. I have the different ship modes, and let's have the corresponding sales, right? And in my marks card, I'm going to go in for my area. I'll just swap this up and I'll have it as an entire view, okay? We'll sort it out in descending order. So now this is the different ship modes and their corresponding sales value that has been plotted out in our graph. right? And it is an area mark card that we have used. Okay, now this resembles half of our funnel, right? This just looks like half of our funnel. Now, just for visualization purpose, just to bring in the image of an entire funnel in our worksheet, we are going to make use of a simple calculated field, right? Now, this is displaying the positive of sales, the positive sales values, right? Now, when I create a simple calculated field, I'll just say negative of sales, right? Just click on apply and OK. Bring this calculation, place it right before the actual sum of sales. And then you have the mirror image, the symmetric part, the left side of our funnel that has been brought into visualization, right? So now this looks like a complete funnel. As I told you, this negative of sales, the calculated field that we have created, is just for visualization purpose. Okay, just to complete the image of a funnel, we are making use of this calculated field, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Within 2 to 3 months of the course taking and completing the assignments, doing some hands-on, I was able to take projects in the organization and complete all those projects successfully, starting the course with Intellipaat.
Now, when it comes to enhancing the visualization, I'll go into the sum of calculation, which is nothing but this left part of my funnel. I can change the color of it, okay, and I'll label it using the different ship modes, okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. What are the components of a dashboard? A. Horizontal. B. Vertical. C. Image extract. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
My requirement, right? So this is how you create an advanced funnel chart, okay? And this mirror image or the left part of our funnel chart has been created using the negative value of whatever measure with which the right side funnel has been plotted out, okay? And this is just to complete the image of a funnel. Just for visualization purpose, we have created this calculation, right? So this was all about an advanced funnel chart. And finally, we look into what is a motion chart, right? Now, as the name tells you, your chart appears as if it is in motion, right? So that is why it is moving. That is why we call it as a motion chart. And we've already gone through the filter shelf, and we are, going through the marks shelf then and there. We are making use of the different marks cards. We've also gone through what is a column shelf and a row shelf. Now we have this page shelf, right? So we'll be making use of this page shelf to create motion charts, okay? And let me say, for example, if I'm using region and if I'm placing it in my page shelf, okay, there's a separate page that gets created for every member of my dimension called region, right? So under region, I have 4 different: central, east, south, and west, right? So when I make use of these options, I have a separate page that has been created for every single region, right? When you make use of these arrows, we have this page is for central, this is for south, and finally we have a page for west. So every member, every value of this dimension will have a separate page that gets created, okay? And let's say, for example, I'm bringing in my order date, okay? And then I'm bringing in the order date in terms of, let's say, month, okay? And the corresponding sales, okay? Now, if I make use of these arrows, you have a separate line graph that is plotted for every year, right? So you have this dimension called order date that has been placed into our page shelf. It has 4 different values: 2015, 2016, 17 and 18. So every year has been allotted a separate page, okay, that you can go through using these options, right? So we'll just go back to our first page, which is 2015, right? You can toggle between these pages using this drop down arrow, or you can make use of these arrow marks right next to them, or this slider with which you can just toggle between these years, right? And you have this option called playback, play, and you have stop option. And you also have 1 horizontal bar, 2 horizontal bar, and 3 horizontal bars. Now this is the speed in which your chart will move, okay? Your pages will move one after the other. And this is the slowest of all, this is the normal speed, this is the fastest of all, right? Now when I go in for the slowest speed, okay, when I click on this play option, you just have to make a note over here. We had our 2015, next comes the 2016, then comes 2017, and then comes 2018, right? So once you click on this play button, automatically the pages start appearing one after the other, okay, depending on whatever speed you have wanted your pages to move in, right? If I go in for a normal speed, when I click on play option, now this is a little faster. Okay, now this is how your different years, whatever data is present, whatever chart is present for every year of this particular dimension will be appeared as if your chart is in motion, right? And you can also look into the fastest of all. This is going to be too quick, right? You can just make a look, you can just note this part over here, which tells you which year this particular page or line graph corresponds to, right? Now, when I click on play button, you just have to make a note on this year. Now I'll play, and as I told you, it was too quick, right? Of how the line moves from one year to another, right? Your pages are moved, your pages appear one after the other, okay, of whichever dimension you have placed in your page shelf, right? Now you can also go in for a continuous month, right? When you go in for a continuous month, let's say I'll go in for a normal speed, and here you have the line graph for the first year, second year, third year, and the final year. This is how your chart moves, right? So depending upon whether it is a discrete date field or a continuous date field, you can move, you can display this motion chart, okay? And this option called show history, right? Now, when you click on play button, we have quite a lot of options on show history, right? For example, let's say I would like to highlight, I would like to show the history for all the marks, okay? And you can just format the amount of fade or the formatting color, okay? And now when I click, now as you notice, you have a faded history, a faded line chart for the past years, for the history, right? So we have shown history with a particular amount of fade, okay, for the previous years. So which means when I click on play option, we have the first year, second year, third year, and the final year with the history, with the past years whose line graphs is faded in nature, right? So this was about how to show the history. And when it comes to marks, trails, or both, this is right now unavailable, right? Only when you choose the circle mark from your marks card, you will be able to select trails or both, right? If I say show only marks, when I click on play button, only the plots will be highlighted in history, okay? If I say show trails, right, this is how it appears, okay, as of from where the how the starting of this, and you know what is the trail between, you know, between these different line graphs of these different years, right? Now if I say show both, okay, and you can decide your, again, your color, your trail format, whether it should be a dotted line with this thickness or this color. These are the formatting options. Now when I click on play button, right, now this is how it appears, right? So you are just showing your history. Okay, you can also show it only for the last, let's say, 2 months, right? And you can show marks, you can have separate color. Okay, so it is all up to you, right? So for only for the previous 2 years you are displaying your history, right? So yeah, so basically your chart appears to be in motion, and that is why we call this as a motion chart. Okay, so any dimension that you place in your page shelf will every member of that particular dimension will be allotted a separate page. As we also went through region, you can also have categories, right? So for every category you will have a separate page that gets created, and you can create any bar chart or any type of chart over here in the worksheet, in the workspace, which will be available only for this type of category. And you can make use of these play options, the speed options. You can also customize. When you click on this drop down arrow right next to your title called category, you can either remove the title, you can edit your title, whatever it is supposed to be, you can customize it, which means you can, for example, remove the slider, okay, or you can also remove the playback controls, you can remove history controls, you can also remove the page readout, or you can bring them back, bring the slider back, right? So these are a few options that you can customize of how your page shelf option, your page, your motion chart options should appear in your worksheet, right? So this was about a motion chart. It appears as if your chart is in movement, is in motion, right? And that is why we call it as a motion chart. Okay, so we have just gone through all the different types of charts and graphs that can be created with Tableau. Okay.
And this quickly brings us to the roles and responsibilities of a Tableau developer. There are lots of roles basically when it comes to Tableau, and the most important thing that you need to know is that it is basically well suited to the people who really like problem solving skills. They want to be a team player and they know how to manage their time very effectively, and this is done to ensure that they all meet their timelines and keep to the projected schedules as well, guys. So there are more than 5 roles which Tableau developer can assume, but the 3 main ones which the companies are hiring for on a constant always are Tableau developer, analytics engineer, and a business intelligence architect, guys. So you can be called as a Tableau developer, an analytics engineer, or a business intelligence architect if you are a certified Tableau expert, and if you pretty much have good experience working on with Tableau, or that you want to learn, and after learning, mastering the concepts and having a certificate, you can pretty much exploit all of these designation, guys. So coming to responsibilities, the most important responsibility in my opinion is the first point, because again, you need to develop, you need to maintain, and you need to manage advanced reporting, guys. It's not just basic XY axis and put some graphs. You just saw what the analytics looks like. So you need to manage advanced reporting, you need to do very good dashboarding, and you need to provide other business intelligence solutions at the same time. And then you need to be performing very good data analysis, you need to document whatever you're doing, you need to provide validation to the data that's being processed, and you need to know how you can design and map these data and convert it from raw data into good information as well. And the third point is pretty much you need to be on the roll, you need to be a runner when it comes to this, because you need to review and improve all their existing systems. You need to collaborate with brand new teams, brand new people, lots of teams, to basically integrate all of these new systems in case they're using any legacy or old applications, guys. And then after this, you need to conduct a lot of tests, because again, unit testing is something very important when it comes to Tableau. And then you'll be developing very good amount of database queries, because you need to know how these affect your visualizations, right? So basically you'll analyze whatever the effects that your dashboarding brings about, and then if there are any issues with that, you can troubleshoot the same, fix it, test it again, and do all this again. So The last point is again creating amazing tools to store data within the organization, because again everything from storing data, managing data, analyzing data, and putting out dashboards, you as a Tableau developer will be responsible for all of these guys. And this quickly brings us to the skills of a Tableau developer. There are three major skills of a Tableau developer that are considered very important: programming skills, statistical skills, and data handling guys. And I'm sorry, coming to programming skills again, having very good statistical programming languages and having knowledge in them, like Python and R is a very good skill. And at the same time, knowing a statistical language is not as important when it comes to if you cannot make it talk to data. So having a good database querying language and knowing something like SQL is a great start as well. And having very good mathematical skills, very good understanding of statistics is a must. And being familiar with mathematical testing, statistical testing, distribution testing, maximum likelihood estimators is also a requirement guys. And this basically will help you achieve better analytics. And guys, do not be overwhelmed by the skills that you need to become a Tableau developer. Again, you will be trained on all of these, and after being trained, all of these will look very simple to you, because at the end of the day, if you're training with a good certification program, it will make you an expert in all of the skills that's being shown on your screen right now. And then coming to data handling again, you need to understand the data you're working with. You need to wrangle through the data and see how it works, because if the data can be exploited in a good way, it can pretty much give you great analytics, and you can drive all of your models, whatever business requirements you have, through a success guys. And after this, again, as I've been telling, data is very unruly, data is raw, and it needs to be refined all the time. And making sure that you're using the refined data to give visualizations are very important as well. And knowing data management techniques are very good, and they form a very vital requirement as well guys. And this brings us to the average salary of a Tableau developer. I've broken it down into two terms, in the United States of America and in the subcontinent of India guys. So a junior Tableau developer in the USA gets somewhere around $75,500 annually, and in India gets a junior Tableau developer gets somewhere around 7 lakhs per annum. And then coming to a senior Tableau developer with some amount of experience, very good certification, and great knowledge, gets a package of somewhere around $105,000 in America and 17 lakhs per annum in India guys. So these are average numbers, and there is no hard and fast rule that you will get these numbers. Again, you can get 15 lakhs per annum for a junior developer, 25 lakhs per annum for a senior developer as well guys. It all depends on your skill, it all depends on how good you are, because companies these days don't mind paying a lot if they know you are good at what you do and you bring a lot to the table guys, irrespective of where you are, irrespective of what money you ask for. If you're damn good at your job and if you are certified, and people know you're hiring, people know that that you have put in some work to understand the data and you can drive their business to success, they are ready to pay lots more amount guys. So this quickly brings me to the learning path of a Tableau developer. Well, the most simple way that you need to go about learning Tableau is, again, first you need to understand the basic W's of data analysis guys: why, what, when, who, and so much more. All the W questions which start with all the questions which start with W will be your first starting point of data analysis. And after that, you will be learning the basics of mathematics and statistics. And after this, you'll be learning all the data blending techniques, where you'll be understanding data, churning through data, and figuring it out. And after all of these, you'll be working with data hands-on by learning a couple of database technologies, querying, SQL, and so much more. And after that, finally, you will be using all of the 4 skills you have learned previously, all the routes that you have taken to come there, to visualize all these data, to create reports, dashboards, and to go on to become a certified and pretty much a very good Tableau developer as well, guys.
Now, moving on to what exactly is Power BI. So it is a business analytics tool which was developed by Microsoft in 2013. It is generally used for interactive data visualizations and business intelligence. It provides an interface which is easy and simple to understand and work with. End users can create their own dashboards and reports using Power BI. Right. Now, as we've discussed about these tools in a brief, now let us discuss about the data visualization in both of them. Right. So first and foremost, let us understand what exactly is data visualization, guys. So data visualization is nothing but representing the particular data in the forms of charts, diagrams, graphs, and so on. Instead of going through the reports which are made up of complex and large amount of data, you can just use graphs, diagrams, charts, etc. That is, as they will be more convenient for the users to understand, isn't it? Which BI tool you should choose for data visualization? Well, it depends. If you're looking for a data visualization tool for customized data visualization, then you can go with Power BI, as you can drag and drop into the visualization through a sidebar and you can import the data as well, right? It also has opened up software development kit, which helps to convert data from various data sources into interactive reports and dashboards. Whereas when it comes to data visualizations using Tableau, then it is majorly used for pure visualization. Like if you're looking for a more organized and clean approach, then you can choose Tableau. In this, data visualizations are created in the form of worksheets or dashboards. Right. Tableau provides connections to multiple different sets of data sources, and it is majorly used for larger sets of data visualization in an organization. So it has additional drill down features also. Now let's move forward and discuss about few of the parameters based on which we will differentiate between both of these tools. So the first parameter that we have is performance here. So guys, in Tableau it can handle large amount of data from different data sources with better performance, whereas Power BI can only handle a limited amount of data here. Second parameter is the source of data. Power BI has limited access to the other servers and databases as compared to Tableau. For example, Oracle databases, PostgreSQL database, SQL Server database, SAP HANA database, and so on. Whereas in case of Tableau, it has got access to multiple number of different servers and database sources such as text file, JSON file, PDF file, Excel, statistical files, Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL, and Oracle, Redshift, and the list goes on. Right. Now, in the third point we have is the difficulty level of learning or learning curve. So guys, in Power BI, it is comparatively easier to learn as compared to Tableau. Even if we see from the learner's point of perspective or the business point of perspective, Power BI is comparatively easy to understand as well as easy to learn. I'm not saying that Tableau is very much difficult to learn or understand, but Power BI is comparatively a little more precise when it comes to such kind of terminologies, right? So now if we talk about its data capability, so guys, in Power BI, each group or workspace can handle up to 10 GB of data, and more than 10 GB of data are supposed to be in cloud or Azure, I would say, right? But if it is in local database, then Power BI just pulls the data and does not import them. But in case of Tableau, it works on columnar based structure, that is, it only allows to store unique values for every column, and that is how it is possible to fetch billions of records or rows in this. Right. Now moving towards our fifth parameter, which is integration. So with integration, in case of Power BI, you can easily integrate with different data sources like SharePoint, Azure, Power Flow, Power Apps, 365, Excel, and many other Microsoft products. Whereas Tableau is used for more scalable approach here with different outsourcing tools as well, even including all of these Microsoft based tools as well as outsource based tools also, right? And the sixth parameter is about the data shaping. So guys, Power BI offers query editor, which allows its users to do many things in an easier manner, and it is more flexible. It also offers self-documenting and other features as well, whereas Tableau does not offer any of these kinds of services. Now the seventh parameter that we have is the data modeling. Power BI provides Power Pivot, DAX, which are more accessible to the users, whereas Tableau does not provide any of them. Finally, we have application. So guys, Power BI is used for dashboards, custom visuals, and more like open source approaches. But Tableau is used for longer run operations and ad hoc analysis. As we have discussed about the parameters, now let us head towards the pricing part. So guys, when it comes to pricing, then Power BI is more affordable option as compared to Tableau, because Power BI offers 3 subscription tiers, that is Desktop, Pro, and Premium. Desktop cost is not chargeable for its users, and Pro cost starts as $9.99 per user per month. Pro also offers 60 days of free trial, and in this, server cost, web user cost, etc. is lesser. And the premium plan starts at $4,995 per user per month as per the storage resource, $35 per user per month. And Tableau viewer cost starts at $12 per user per month, which is a bit higher as compared to Power BI. So if you look at it from the initial cost perspective, then Power BI is way cheaper as compared to Tableau. But for longer run, that is total usage cost per year is lesser in Tableau. So guys, after knowing about pricing, let us differentiate them based on some of the functionalities of both Tableau and Power BI. First we have in the functionalities is the support level. So guys, in Power BI, customer support is limited for users for free BI account, and it offers robust support resources and documentation, whereas Tableau offers comprehensive knowledge-based support for its users. Now, if we talk about licensing, then Power BI has rigid licensing, whereas Tableau has flexible licensing. And in case of infrastructure, Power BI has SaaS or software as a service infrastructure, whereas Tableau has a flexible infrastructure here. And when it comes to scalability, for larger data set, Power BI has good scalability, whereas Tableau has much better scalability for larger data sets as compared to Power BI.
So, coming to the first question on the top Tableau interview question set, the first question usually goes with a comparison question because it is vital that you understand the differences. For example, the question states, compare Qlik View with Tableau. I'm sure you already know that both of these are amazing business intelligence tools that you can work with very easily, and each of them have their own niche applications, right? So let's check out the differences. So whenever we talk about data integrations in terms of capability with Tableau and Qlik View, Tableau has an edge over Qlik View in this particular sense. And then whenever you're working with multidimensional data as well, Tableau has the capability to handle it that much better, efficiently and faster. And of course, most of us work with PowerPoints as well. So whenever you have a lot of work with PowerPoints, dashboarding on that and creating good amount of visualizations and insights on that is great, especially if you have the support for PowerPoint, right? The native support, and Tableau does that, while Qlik View is a little bit held back in this regard. And then when we talk about scalability and visual drill down as well, right? In terms of visual drill down, yes, Qlik View is amazing to work with and it provides good amount of efficiency, so you don't have to do a lot to have a big impact on the output. But then when you talk about scalability, right? Scalability, Tableau, there is no beating Tableau out here, because Qlik View has a direct limitation applied because of the ability of it to maximize its usage of RAM, while with respect to Tableau, right? So it can scale, and RAM is not a limiting factor out here. So this is the basic comparison that you can state to the interviewer whenever you ask the comparison between Qlik View and Tableau. And now, when we come to the second question, it states, how is the context filter different from all of the other filters? So one thing you always have to know is that whenever you create a context filter, right, what Tableau does for you is that Tableau will create a temporary table just for this particular filter. So when you create a context filter, Tableau will create one temporary table just for this particular filter set, and every other filter will get applied on the context filter, guys. So every other filter will get applied on the context filter as if it was cascading parameters, right? Pretty simple and straightforward. But then when you have created an actual context filter, let's say on an example such as countries, USA and India, what Tableau will do is Tableau will create a temporary table for both of these countries and all the data that goes into these particular countries as well. And let's say now if you have any other filters that have to be applied, and if you do not have any context filter, right, and every single record will actually be checked for filters and then applied if required. So if you have a context filter, make sure to mention about Tableau being able to create the temporary table and then mapping the data based on it, and later applying all of the context filter data on top of it. Now, moving on to question 3. Question 3 is again another follow-up question. It's regarding context filters itself. So the interviewer may ask, what is the disadvantage of making use of context filters? Well, the context filter is an entity that is actually not changed a lot around by the user, right? So what happens is, if you have to change these context filters, then in the backend the database has to be reamped, it has to be recomputed entirely, and whatever temporary table has been created during your first set of filters will be removed. It'll have to be rewritten, and all of these takes a lot of time, effort, and computation power as well. So at the end of the day, it's all about slowing down performance if you have to change your context filter. And then whenever we are adding dimensions to context, right, what Tableau does, we already know this, is that it creates a temporary table. And one disadvantage with creating a temporary table is that every time we initiate a view, or every time we instantiate a view option, or check the output, so what usually happens with this is that since it's creating this temporary table, it will reload it every time. So creation of a temporary table leads to a lot of reloads as well. And one more important thing you have to know is that whenever we're working with tools like Microsoft Excel and Access, or let's say any other general, text data sources, right? So the temporary table that gets created actually gets created in the Microsoft Access table format. This can be a disadvantage if you cannot scale this into other tools, in case if you have any down the pipeline as well. And then of course, whenever you're working with SQL Server, let's say Oracle data sources, or even MySQL, you must have the explicit permission to create that temporary table on the server itself. So having these access parameters and having these permissions is very vital too. So the talk is not always about a single dimensional data, right? So whenever we talk about multi-dimensional data sources, temporary tables usually are not created for this, and context filters are basically defined through which an understanding on what filters are independent, what filters are dependent, and then later mapped and put into place. So since temporary tables here are not being created, and since you're basing it on the fact that it is either independent or non-independent, this might again take a little bit of hit as well. So these form to be some of the disadvantages of making use of context filters. Now, question number 3 states, what are the 5 main products that are offered by Tableau? Well, this is something you really should know as a person interviewing for a Tableau developer interview or any of the similar roles. So make sure to mention all 5 of these products. We have Tableau Desktop, we have Tableau Server, we have Tableau Online, we have Tableau Reader, and we have Tableau Public. With this, we can check out the next question, the 5th question, that says, what is the latest version of Tableau Desktop? Now, this is a very tricky question, and it's asked in a lot of Tableau interviews, is what we've seen. And this is only done to make sure that you are up to date with the latest version of the tool, that you understand all of the change logs of what Tableau is changing around, right? See, Tableau, after it came out, it has had a huge number of changes. It's become very efficient now. It's become very beautiful, very easy to use, and all of that. Alongside this, there have been a lot of changes as well. So what the interviewer expects with this question is to check if you are up to date on their website, to check out all of their latest offerings to make the full use out of it for your business intelligence solution as well. So as of September 2020, when we're recording this particular video, the latest version of Tableau Desktop is version 2020.3. That's March 2020. Well, moving on to the 6th question, it says, what is data visualization? Now guys, data visualization, business intelligence, all of these are key questions that are asked in Tableau interviews, so make sure to pay attention, right? So whenever you speak about data visualization, you can talk about what it is, right? So what we usually do is we have data either in a structured or an unstructured format. It can be in a presentation, it can be in an Excel sheet, or it might come from a variety of different sources. So instead of looking at an Excel sheet which has probably 100,000 entries, we create beautiful looking dashboards through which we can gain some insight, which would have been very difficult to do with the naked eye unless we had this visualization, right? So that's the basic aspect of data visualization. You can have multiple graphics, you can have complex looking animations, and you can have aesthetically very pleasing to look at graphs as well. So this will help, especially whenever you have to pitch a product to a person who is not from a technical background, or let's say if you have to explain a concept to your juniors, or even in a business meeting where a lot of graphs will make more sense rather than an Excel sheet with 100,000 entries, right? So you can use an approach like this to answer this question. Now, moving on to the 7th question, it states, why Tableau? So the interviewer here is again trying to find out why and what is your inclination with making use of Tableau and where it shines. So you can talk about all of the advantages of Tableau, and 2 of the most important concepts that you have to talk about is about data sharing and how you can analyze it, and later it's about creating views and the ability to share it. Let's walk over with the first one. So let's say you have data from multiple sources, right? You might have a server on premise as well. You might have a database in that server, or let's say a database on the cloud, a data warehousing solution, a cloud application, or an Excel file, or a PPT file, whatever it is. With Tableau, you can analyze this very easily without having to put much effort. This is point number one. And then point number two you can state is that, so it doesn't end with you creating beautiful looking visuals, dashboards and all of that. At the end of the day, you have to have the ability to easily share it across your team, across the floor, to make sure that people in your team and people from a variety of other teams can access to this, right? So you can have the sales team look at the data, you can have your data analytics team understand the data, you can have your data engineering team in fact come look at the data as well. So your ability to easily share this data, blend it and merge it with other data, and one important thing is to keep it up to date automatically, right? So all of these can be done very easily with the help of Tableau, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. What are the components of a dashboard? A. Horizontal. B. Vertical. C. Image extract. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So with this, we can check out the 8th question that states, what are filters and how many types of filters are there in Tableau? A filter, as the name suggests, is used to funnel data. So what are we funneling out here? So let's say we have 10 rows of data in an Excel sheet and we only want to see the data from one particular person, or let's say of one particular criteria. Let's say if you have the student details of a particular college, we want to filter them by name. You usually filter them by age. Let's say you want to pick up all the people, all the students in the college of the age 23 years. So applying a filter will make sure that the backend will run and it will only show you results of these students who are of age 23, right? So we're trying to prevent unnecessary data in that context, and we're trying to only see what it is that we exactly require and then work with that. So for this follow-up question which states how many types of filters are there are 3 types of filters and we already checked out one, right? So there's quick filters, there's context filters, and there's data source filters. So make sure to mention all of these when this question is asked. Now, moving on to question number 9, it says how to remove the show all option from a Tableau auto filter. See, again, this is a question that is asked to see your proficiency in terms of handling the tool, even though you might not be sitting in front of the tool right now, right? So when you think about it, answer this question in a very simple way, in a very straightforward way. It's a very straightforward question with a very simple answer. So to remove the show all option, right? So all you have to do is right click on the filter, click on the customize button, and it's a simple check on the show all button, and this ensures that the option is actually, and this ensures that and then after you uncheck all of this, right, this makes sure that your option is removed. So since you're sitting in front of the interview, even though you might have a laptop, that's it is an added bonus that you first verbally say out the answer, and then of course you can run Tableau Desktop on your machine right then and there, and then show all of these practically to the interviewer as well. So make sure to keep that in mind. So moving on to the 10th question, it states, can we use non-used columns, as in the columns that are not used in the reports but that are present and used in the data sources in actual Tableau filter? So can we use non-used columns in Tableau filters? The answer is a very straightforward yes, right? So think about an example when you're approaching with this. So if you have a data source where you have employee data, right? So you can have employee ID, employee name, the department, designation, salary, and all of it. And let's say now we have reports where we're only using employee name and employee salary, right? So what you can actually do is you can apply filters on employee designation even though you have not used these reports from the data source, right? So it is very simple, it is very straightforward, and yes, it is achievable. We can make use of non-used columns, but then it has to be used in the data source, but then it really doesn't have to be used in the reports, guys. So moving on to the 11th question, it states, what is the benefit of Tableau extract file over the live connection? Well, when you think about Tableau extract file, right? So extract can be used anywhere without having to create a connection. That's the biggest advantage of it. So you can create your own custom visualizations without even having to connect to a database prior as well. So this is the ability provided by the Tableau extract file where you can pull in all the data and work with it without even having to connect with that particular database as well. Now with this, moving on to the 12th question, it states, what is the difference between TWB and TWBX file extensions? Please explain. Well, one thing you have to understand is that whenever we talk about TWB, right, the Tableau Workbook files, it is a live connection. It points directly to the data source, and whenever the user is receiving a TWB file, he or she needs permission to access the data source. And with a TWB data file, no data is included prior as well. So it's live connection. It points to the data source, and you need permission to access the data source. And initially, there is no data that comes included with the file as well. Now, whenever you talk about TWBX file extensions, right, here what we're actually trying to do is we take the data offline and we store it on the local machine. So be it in a package, be it in a zip file or any other packaging files where we completely remove this kind of dependency of having to need the permissions and having to have these access protocols in case if you do not have all of that as well. So TWB files require permissions from the data source, but then TWBX is all about bringing the data offline, keeping it in the native place, and to make sure that you avoid the need for permission as well. Now with this, we can check out the 13th question that says, what is the maximum number of tables we can join in Tableau? So this is a very commonly asked question, and you are supposed to know the answer to this, guys. It's a very straightforward answer. So in Tableau, we can have a maximum of 32 tables that we can join at a time. And no, it is not possible to combine more than 32 tables in a very straightforward way either. So make sure to answer this in a clear and a concise way. Now with this, moving on to the next question, it states, what are dimensions and facts? Again, it's a very simple example, but it always adds a lot of value if you can explain it with an example, right? So dimensions are nothing but the text columns where we are describing what the actual data is pertaining to that column, right? So you can have a product name, you can have the name of a city, and a lot of other things. So dimension is nothing but the simple description of what data we are trying to pull in from that particular column. And then when you talk about facts, right, facts are the actual measures of data that you might have in that particular data set. So whenever you think about facts, think about numerical values, right? So you can have a profit percentage, you can have the profit in, of course, in monetary value, you can have the sales figures, you can have the sales in that particular monetary value as well, and a lot of other things. So when you think about dimensions and facts, it's a pretty simple concept. Now, moving on to the 15th question, it states, can we place an Excel file in a shared location and use it to develop a report and refresh it in regular intervals? What the interviewer is trying to ask is to see if you've had the experience of doing this. So let's say if you had the data source, an Excel file, and if you had to place it in a shared location, could you actually use that right from there directly to create a report and then refresh it as and when you require? The answer to this is yes. Tableau is an amazing tool. It's very powerful to use, and yes, it can be done in a very simple way as well. But then if you have a requirement for better performance, right, it is always vital to extract it, bring it to your machine, use it locally, and then work with it. But then if your criteria doesn't really have to do much with having the best performance possible, then yes, it is possible to work with a shared location file and to develop a report and later update it as and when you require as well. Now, moving to the 16th question, it states, what is the difference between a heat map and a tree map in Tableau? Well, guys, a heat map is one of the things that you really have to know, and I'm sure you guys would have used a tree map or even a heat map for that particular instance in your journey of learning Tableau as well. So a heat map is nothing but a very simple way where you can categorize the data in that particular data set by making use of variety options of, let's say, sizing, or let's say even by making use of a variety of color as well. So why do we do this is to make sure we differentiate it from one entity to the other, right? So you can map and check all of the orange color looking entities on your screen right now. You can try to differentiate and compare all of the black colored entities, So you can try to compare all of the black colored entries to another colored entry as well, right? So using colors and sizes is an amazing way, and it can be done using a heat map. But then now when you're talking about a tree map is far more powerful than a heat map, because here we're trying to have a hierarchy. So here we're trying to have a structure which is very similar to a tree data structure, and here we're trying to, so not only are we trying to visualize a part of the relationship here, what we're trying to do actually is in a very simple way denote the entire relationship that exists between entries for our particular workbook as well. So as you can see on your screen, you have the states of United States. So you have all the state names of the United States of America, and you can map it based on color as well. You can map it based on size, and eventually you have a hierarchical tree structure through which you have mapped it, and the node structure goes on and on, very similar to a tree structure. Now moving on to the 17th question, it states, what is balanced access? Well, in a balanced axis, what happens is that there are multiple measures that are actually shown on a single axis, and all of the marks that are shown, right, it's all done in a single pane as well. So to do this, all you have to do is you have to first drag a dimension into a column, and after you have dragged the dimension, all you have to do is drag the first measure and drag the second measure, but this time not to a different axis but then to an existing axis, right? So you can see the simple difference between the second and the third point, and this is what that makes a blended axis what it is. So dragging a dimension, dragging the first measure into the column, and dragging the second measure onto the existing axis rather than a new one. So this is all about blended axis. Now when you think about the 18th question, here is another very fun question which again is asked a lot. So what makes Tableau stand out from all of the other tools, right? So whenever we talk about business intelligence, whenever we talk about all of these tools, they are fantastic to use. I'm sure all of the developers who have went into creating all of these tools have taken a lot of time, pain and effort to make it very easy for us to use, right? So thinking about that, all of the other BI tools are extremely pricey and can get out of hand if you're a small company. But then what Tableau does that's very different from most of the other people is that they have a free offering, right? So Tableau Public is free, and it has an academic distribution in case if you're a college student and you want to learn and work with Tableau as well. So having this option to use it for free definitely is a standout point. And then when you think about how well recognized Tableau is, all of the big firms make use of a business intelligence tool in one way or another, right? Right from the startups to all the trillion-dollar businesses out there. Tableau in fact is also well recognized by very big firms such as Forrester Research, and it's considered to be one of the most easy to use product as of now, and one of the most agile products available as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Within 2 to 3 months of the course taking and completing the assignments, doing some hands-on, I was able to take projects in the organization and complete all those projects successfully, starting the course with Intellipaat.
So it's not only just this, right? See, there are other BI tools which can do a lot of things more, in a substantial way than what Tableau can do. Tableau is just a data visualization tool, but then you can have and do a lot of things. But then you can have a lot of other tools which have a complete technology stack that they bring along as well, right? So considering that, you will have to make use of these other products along with Tableau. Let's say if you have enterprise grade data to perform ETL, maintenance, data storage and all of that as well. So in that regard, definitely it is one of the vital points to mention of why Tableau stands out the way it does. Moving on to the 19th question, it states, how do we do data testing in Tableau? This is a tricky question, and I've put in a lot of tricky questions for this particular presentation as well. So make sure you pay attention throughout. Now, how can we do data testing in Tableau, right? When you think about it, data testing is not possible in Tableau because Tableau is a data visualization tool and it is not a testing tool such as Selenium or something. So make sure to answer it and do not be confused. The interviewer may be trying to see if you get confused with concepts such as this. So it's a very straightforward no. Tableau is used for data visualization. Tableau cannot perform data testing, but of course it is one of the best tools out there for data visualization today, especially when you have data which is already pre-processed or data which is already structured, and you can work with it easily as well. But still, it doesn't add a lot of value in terms of data testing as well. Now with this, coming to the 20th question, it states, can you get values from two different sources as a single input into our parameter? The answer is no. Tableau currently actually does not support multi-valued parameter, right? So, there's actually a technique which is called as the dynamic parameter with a blend technique that can be used to highlight every single value out there. But then you cannot make use of multiple values because this is how Tableau is built and this is how Tableau is, worked on. And one very important concept that you should know whenever you're answering this question is that the parameters in Tableau, right, they are not dynamic. So you literally cannot start filtering stuff at the runtime as well. So this is something which you should talk about along with the technique when you ask this particular question. So the answer is no. Currently Tableau does not support multi-valued parameters, but then of course down the line with a lot of updates, then it definitely is something that we all are waiting and in anticipation for as well. Now moving on to the 21st question, it states, how do we use parameters in Tableau? So you can use parameters with the following entities, right? You can use parameters, map them with filters. You have parameters across calculated fields, across actions. You have measure swaps, you have changing views, and you have auto updates as well, right? So make sure to at least mention 3 or 4, but then it really adds value if you can mention 4, 5, or in fact all of these as well. So using parameters in Tableau is definitely a core concept and you're supposed to know it in and out at this point of time. So it always adds values to talk about where parameters are used and in fact how parameters are used as well. Now moving to the 22nd question, it states, what is the use of the new custom SQL query in Tableau? Well, one thing you have to know about is that the custom SQL query, right, it's a query that is written after you've connected to the data and you want to pull the data to have a structured view of it. Now to give you an example, think about having 50 columns in a particular table, but then we do not require 50. We only want 10, 20 or 30 of it. So instead of taking all the 50 columns and then working with it individually, what we can try to do is we can write an SQL query that has the ability to filter out and just give us the 10 columns that we want and then work with it later and create a structured view based upon that. So why do we even have to do this? One, you want 10 out of 50, you're getting that straightforward. Number 2, when you think about computation power, the performance will go up to an exponential extent because this is a very simple example that we're talking about. In an actual production environment, this will not be the case. So the performance hit in case when you want 10 but you still have to pull in 50 is avoided. If you want 10 out of 50, you can have 10 out of 50, guys. That's a very simple example. Make sure to state it with the example as well. Now moving on to the 23rd question, it states, what are the differences between Tableau and other traditional BI tools, right? One thing you already know about Tableau if you're here is that it is one of the most easiest tools to use. It's best in its class. It has a free offering and in fact it provides very good visual analytics capabilities as well. So whenever you think about data foundation concepts, here is where Tableau has it a little slow. It really doesn't help with plumbing, so you will have to make use of an SQL server alongside Tableau to have the complete package of using it. And of course Tableau licenses can get relatively expensive if you're looking to scale up your organization and scale up your data quickly as well. But then traditional BI tools can do it all, but then it might have a significant cost upfront and then with a lot of parameters, right? So think about higher consultations, you have hardware changes, you have to have good software there as well. So all of these will cost money and this will come up to you as soon as you get started itself. So that is one of the biggest differences. And then when you think about all the big vendors out there, right? So if you have to check about reasonable value for money and if you have to check about what best you can get for the money that you've spent, someone like Microsoft is the person who can do it to the best of their capabilities, right? So they're a huge organization. And then when you think about open source vendors, there's Jaspersoft, there's Pentaho, and there's a lot of other tools that you can make use of as well. But then this does not have an enough talent pool as of yet. This does not have the enough amount of traction that is required for developers to kick in full time to build Pentaho and and Jaspersoft into an amazing tool that can directly compete with Microsoft's offerings as well. So think about Tableau, think about Power BI, think about tools like Pentaho, Jaspersoft, and you will have a clear understanding of where the basic differences lie as well. Now, so moving on to the 24th question, it states, what are the similarities and differences that lie in between a tool like Tableau and a tool like Palantir? Well, one of the things you really have to understand is that Palantir and Tableau do things very, very differently, right? So Palantir is known for its ability to be a security tool in terms of handling problems such as fraud detection, handling the payments and all of that, right? So the customers, or let's say the investors in Palantir, are people such as PayPal, the Central Intelligence Agency, and a lot of others. And on the other end, you already know that Tableau is a visualization player. It has its roots very strong into the Stanford University research as well, right? So one thing it'll always add value is that you talk about new points, right? So think about VQL or VisQL. So VisQL is basically the visual query language that will allow users to build any sort of visualizations that require on already existing data warehouses and spreadsheets, right? So Tableau's support for this is definitely a point that you can mention whenever you asked to talk about Tableau as well. So here is another point to your arsenal of Tableau knowledge. Moving on to the 25th question, it states how to create cascading filters without making use of a context filter. Well, it's very simple. All you have to do is think about a situation, right? So let's say we have two filters, filter 1 and filter 2. And based on filter 1, we have to make use of filter 2 on that particular data. And now when you have to say, and now let's think of it as filter 1 being country and filter 2 being it as states, right? So if you choose the country as India, then filter 2 must display filter 2 must display only the states of India and not states of every single country out there, right? So this is how you can cascade filters without having to make use of a context filter. Now to do this, right? So for the filter 2, make sure you select the option wherever the value. So make sure you select the option of only relevant values for the filter for the second. So make sure you select the option for only relevant values for the second filter, to actually go on to do a thing like this. It's a pretty simple thing and it can be easily done by making use of Tableau. Moving on to the next question, it states, is Tableau good for a strategic acquisition? Well, of course, Tableau is an amazing tool for strategic acquisition as it provides amazing data insights, and you can do a lot more with Tableau with the approach of you having to put in a lot less effort as well, right? So in terms of acquisition, what it does, it will help you plan properly, set up a pipeline, understand what anomalies are lying there, and try to fix them as well. You can improvise your entire process and have it better as well. So it'll give you a lot of insights which might skip your eye if you're directly looking at the data with your naked eye as well. So in terms of strategic acquisition, it's a big yes for sure. Coming to the 27th question, it states how to display the top 5 and the last 5 sales in the same view. So to do this in a very simple way, there are 2 ways. Make sure to mention both as well. One, of course, you can apply filters where you can do it in a straight way, and number 2, you have calculated fields where you can achieve the same effect of, let's say, top 5 sales and the last 5 sales in the same view without you having to do much as well. So make sure to mention the both ways. Now, question number 28 states, let's say, suppose without having to use a line or a bar chart, I want to design a view to show the region-wise profit of sales. How can I go on to do this? So what we're trying to do here is, we want to show the region-wise profit and sales without having to use a line chart. So how would you suggest that we do it? If you do have a computer or a laptop in front of you right now, it will always add a lot of value if you can show all of these practically with any of the previous projects or data sets that you might have worked with. But then take a simple approach to verbally explain it first. See, for example, you can generate a map by making use of cities, and later, you can just drag the profit and all of the sales to that particular details, and then, add the state as a quick filter and work with it as well. So you can use a very simple approach, and to explain explain it can be done in a very simple and a concise way, but then it'll add value if you can show it practically, right? So pull out a data set, and tell the interviewer that you want to show how this can be done practically as well. So that will impress them definitely. Now, moving on to the 29th question, it states design a view in a map such that if a user selects any state, the profit and the sales in the cities under that state would show up. So if someone selects any state, right, so whatever the profit is there in that particular state and whatever sales in the cities of that state, that should show up. How can this be done? This can be done if you have state, city, sales and profit as our fields in our data, right? So we require these data. Make sure to mention that first. Without the data, you cannot mention it, right? And to have this particular effect, so all you have to do is click on the state field, drag the city out into our marks card, which comes under the state field, of course, and then drag the sales into size, drag the profit and drop into the color, click on the size legend. You can, increase it to whatever size that you require, say for example 75%, and then click on the state field and show quick filter. And after you have done that, all you have to do is you have to select any of the states and see if it is working or not. So if you have done steps from 1 to 6 right, then of course with the 7th step you will have the view which indicates the number of sales, and the color will directly indicate the profit values as well. So it's a simple thing with 6 simple steps. So this is the hardly 30-second task, but then at the end of the day, the insight you can drive out of this task is huge. So make sure you mention the advantage, how to do it, and what we require to do it as well. Now moving on to the 30th question, it states how to add custom color in Tableau. Custom color can be added in Tableau by making use of preferences.tps. So go to my documents, go to my table repository, and you will find a file called as preferences.tps. And here, you can add a color code. You can add the hash code, which is also called as the custom color code, wherein you can add wherein you can add it and make use of it directly as well. But then one thing you have to note is that, let's say in Tableau version 9.0 and above, right, you have a direct color picker option, which is basically giving you a user interface to do the exact same thing. So all you have to do is you can click on the color that you require, hit OK, and you're done with it in a very simple way as well. So coming on to the 31st question, it states how can we combine a database and the flat file data in Tableau Desktop? How can we do this? It's again not a very difficult concept. All you have to do is you have to connect the data twice, because for the first time when you're connecting, it's for the database tables, and the second time you're connecting, it'll be for the flat file data. And then go to data, edit relationships, and give a join condition based on all of the columns that you have to find in common from our database file to the actual flat file data as well. So it's simple, connect it twice, once for database, once for flat file data. Go to data, edit relationships, put a join condition on the columns for the database tables to the flat file as well. And as soon as you're done with this, you have combined a database and a flat file in a very simple way in Tableau Desktop. Now, moving to the 32nd question, it states, what does Tableau do? Well, here's another tricky question, right? So Tableau can do a lot of things. Use the insights from all the 31 questions that you have come across until now to answer it. But then one important thing you really have to state is that Tableau is one of these tools which has a goal to make sure that it will help people see and understand data better, in a very aesthetic way and in a very simple way as well. So Tableau brings about a data analytics solution, it brings about a business intelligence solution and a data visualization solution. It puts it right in the hands of common people, right? So what it does is you will have a broad population of business users who can actually work with their data, ask questions on their data, understand the performance of their data, and eventually solve a lot of problems using this as well. So this question you can talk about 20-25 minutes and still you can have a lot of points that you can talk about Tableau as well. But then make sure to mention all the primary concepts. So make sure to mention all the primary points and how it adds value to the people, right? So what we're trying to do with Tableau is solve a problem. So make sure you talk about what the problem is and how Tableau aims to solve it. Moving to the 33rd question, it states, what is Tableau public? Tableau Public is a free tool. It's a free service that lets anyone anywhere in the world publish an interactive data set onto the website, right? So once you're connected to the internet, you can do a lot of things. Once you have installed Tableau Public, I still say the same thing. You can do a lot of things. Now, whenever you think about making use of Tableau Public, make sure to explicitly mention that you really do not require any programming skills out here, right? So there's a lot of people, a lot of learners who keep asking us in case if they require a programming head start to start with Tableau. The answer is no, you really do not require anything, right? So with Tableau Desktop, anywhere anyone on the web can interact with the data, see the data, work with it, download it, create their own visualization, edit the visualization, and in fact, you can also check out what everyone else are doing as well. So you can do that to get ideas. You can do that to see how aesthetically pleasing things can get if something is done in a neat way when you're making use of Tableau as well. So it adds a lot of value, and make sure to mention all of that. Now with question number 34, we're talking about data modeling. So what is data modeling? One thing you have to know about data modeling is that it is the basic analysis that we perform of all of the data objects that we're using in our context right now. So whenever we're trying to model data, we're trying to find relationships, we're trying to associate each of these data objects, comparing them one with the other to see how we can base any assumption on them, or how we can apply certain steps on them to see how we can drive insight, right? So it's a pretty simple thing. To analyze the data objects, you really require context, you really require certain relationships to work with, and data modeling is a way where we go on to show all of these relationships as well. It is as simple as that. Moving to question number 35, it states, what is your daily process with Tableau? What is your daily work process with Tableau? This is another tricky question, and this is completely based on your way to work with Tableau. There is no one right answer for this, and start your answer with this, right? It completely depends on what projects you're working with Tableau, the complexity of the project, the client requirement, the performance requirements, the complexity of the actual time involved in doing the project, and a lot of other things. But then of course you can have a very simple data work process that I've mentioned on the screen. That's an example. So what usually happens whenever you're working with Tableau is that first you will get an understanding of what the requirements are, and after you understood what the requirements are, you're going to start pulling in all the required data. You're going to create a storyboard based upon that, and eventually apply and create visualizations in Tableau. And the last step, of course, you're going to present it to a client for review, right? So use this as a foundation, and you can talk about your previous experiences on this as well. So use all of these as foundational points, add more value to them based on the experience level that you have, and convey it to the interviewer in a clean and a concise way. Then coming to the next question, it states, how does Tableau work with big data sets or huge data sets? To start off the answer to this question, make sure to state this. Tableau's performance varies a lot depending on the performance of source data as well. So depending on how clean the data is, how structured it is, or a lot of other parameters that is present in the data set as well. So your performance is having a direct correlation with the performance of the data source itself. So what happens is that the main impact on performance comes whenever we talk about the time that takes to execute a query, right? So if your data source is taking an ample amount of time to execute a query, then what does Tableau have to do? Well, Tableau has to sit and wait until your data source can give you this data, right? So that means you are waiting, Tableau is waiting, and your data source is taking some time. So this really doesn't add a lot of value. So you can state all of these to say how Tableau can deal with huge data sets as well. It can do it very well, of course, but then it takes certain time to go on to do it. Now, coming to the next question, it states, how will you publish and schedule a workbook in Tableau server? It's a very simple task. All you have to do is create a schedule for a particular time, whatever time that is you require, and or let's say even the client has provided you a time. All you have to do is create an extract for the data source, pull all the data, and eventually publish it on the workbook in the server as well. So creating extract is the actual important step that you have to concentrate on, as whenever we talk about publishing a workbook, especially while scheduling it, right? So there's a lot of authentication methodologies that you have to check as well. So before you can publish it, there is actually an explicit option that states scheduling and authentication. You can click on that, you can select the schedule from whenever you have to publish it, and then directly hit publish. So all the data sources and all of the assignments that have to be published will run through the schedule and be done automatically without you having to put a lot of time, or let's say punching back in whenever you have the scheduled time and then looking at something there as well. So you really don't have to do any of that. This entire process is automated. It will get refreshed on a regular basis, and you can work with it automatically without having to put much effort as it is. Now, coming on to the 38th question, it states distinguish between parameters and filters. Well, parameters, you already have to know this. It is the dynamic values that will replace all of the constant values whenever we talk about any calculations, right? And parameters, if used right, can be used as filters itself. But what are filters? Filters are used to restrict the data based upon conditions that we have. And where have we mentioned all of these conditions? We have mentioned it in the filters shelf, right? So it's a very simple thing. Talk about what filters are, talk about what parameters are, and make sure to state that you can also use parameters as filters if required as well. So that point is a highlight, and it'll add a lot of value if you can state that directly too. And now coming on to the 39th question, it states how to view an SQL generated query in Tableau Desktop or by Tableau Desktop. So all of the queries that get generated actually go into a log file, right? So there's the Tableau or desktop log file. So there's the Tableau desktop log file that you can get into as soon as you go into C Drive, Users, My Documents, My Tableau repository.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Tableau by answering this question. Which of the following is not a trend line model? A. Linear trend line. B. Exponential trend line. C. Binomial trend line. D. Logarithmic trend line. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Where all of your data is mentioned, all of the detailed information about the query. So make sure to mention all of these as well. Once you have to have a live connection with the data source, you have to check all of the files. If you're making use of an extract, there's another file, and the actual file which will contain all of the queries as well. Now moving on to the 40th question, it states what is page shelf? Page shelf is a very simple concept, but do not be fooled by how simple it is, because it's a very powerful part of Tableau. It's a foundational concept in Tableau where you can actually control the display of the output and any result that gets printed on the output as well. So page shelf acts as a primary barrier, acts as a primary visualization criteria where you can work with a lot of things to make sure that you can control a lot of parameters when displaying or when controlling the output as well. So in that regard, page shelf adds a lot of value. Now, coming to the 41st question, we have another different question. So moving on to the 41st question, we have a question that states, what are the major differences in between Tableau 7 and Tableau 8? Now guys, you really have to know this question. This is another trick question that can be asked to you to see how proficient you are with Tableau and all of the years of experience that you say you bring with, right? This is a way to verify that as well. So, with respect to Tableau 8, you have a lot of new things that got implemented. Think about tree maps, think about bubble charts, think about whisker plots, box plots, and all of that, right? So new features are amazing. One very important thing you have to talk about is the introduction of the R script and how you can directly copy the worksheet from one workbook into another one without having to redo it or without having to put in a lot of effort there as well. So not only this question, whenever you asked about any question pertaining to older version of Tableaus, in case if you have used it, I'm sure you'll be able to answer those questions. But then in case if you haven't used it, make sure to explicitly mention saying that you haven't had a lot of experience using that as well. I mean, of course, it's going to be 90% same with one version to the other, but then it always adds value if you know it exactly as well. So make sure to mention that. Moving on to question number 42, it states how to create filled maps. So to create a filled map, right, let's take an example. Whenever we talk about map view, right, so all you have to do is click on the geographical field, click on anything such as zip code, click on area code, state, or any of these, and select the filled map mark type, right? And select the filled map mark type. So with this, what you can do is the automatic mark type that will show all of the types of views as circles over the map, right? So once it starts showing it as circles over the map, then you can have the marks card, and from the marks card you can select all the filled map to eventually color your geographical areas as per requirement as well. And to color all of that, it's a very simple thing, and I'm sure you already know this. And step number 3 is very simple. Drag a field to the color shelf, define what locations need to be colored, how these locations need to be colored, and just drag a field to the color shelf, and you can be done with that. And of course, you can explain this probably in under a minute to the interviewer, but then if you have your laptop, I would really suggest you take your laptops to the interviewers in case if that's allowed, and then make sure to show this practically to the interviewer as well, because all of these concepts, you can explain them easily and in a very straightforward way verbally, but then what will add value is if you can actually show them practically as well. Now moving on to the 43rd question, it states, does a parameter have its own drop down list? In Tableau, yes, a parameter has its own drop down list, and whatever entries that you make in the parameter while actually creating, right, so it can be directly viewed as items in the drop down list. So the answer is simple, the answer is straightforward. It's a yes, it's possible to have a drop down list for a parameter. Moving on to the 44th question, it states, how is data blending different from data joining? Again, this is a question which is asked a lot of times in this interview, just like all of these other questions that you've been going across right now. So make sure to concentrate. Now, when we talk about data blending, right, so data blending, as the name suggests, in fact, is the process where we combine the data from two different sources or more than two different sources as well. So, your two different sources can be a Microsoft Excel file. You can have another set of data on an SQL server, Oracle server, a cloud computing platform, or a server which is on premises, a remote server which is in the client's location, and a lot of other things to bring these data together to use in Tableau, right? That's what data blending is. And data joining, on the other hand, is a very simple concept. It's a straightforward concept, just like data blending, but it's very different. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to combine the data from two or more tables and sheets from the same data source. Data blending spoke about two different data sources and bringing it together. Data joining is all about talking about two different sheets or tables that are present in the same data source, guys. That is the basic difference. In joining, we talk about same data source and everything that is present in that data source, and in blending, we talk about more than one source. So make sure to explicitly mention that without fail. And now, question number 45, it says, is it possible to store a huge amount of data in the memory engine by making use of Tableau? Is it possible to store a huge amount of data? If yes, how can we do it? So if an interviewer asks you a question like this, right, the second part of the question might give you a clue to the first part in case if you're unprepared as well. So he or she can state, if yes, how is it possible, right? So the actual answer to this question, now coming to that, is yes, it is possible to store a large amount of data in the memory engine by making use of Tableau. But then it is not as simple as that, because there is no one straight answer to this, because you can store massive amounts of data based upon the Tableau server implementation. You can have a lot of configurations for that, right? You can have 8 core configurations, you can have 16 core configurations, and you can have more than that as well. So depending on how your Tableau server is configured and built, based on that you can store it. So it's a relative answer to the relative question. And not only if just hyper is used or not, let's say there are many other factors that will affect, such as the server memory can also have an exponential effect in how much data that you can eventually store and directly use in a rapid fashion for the memory engine, and a lot of things as well. So make sure to talk about the server memory and make sure to talk about the server configuration in general as well. Now moving on to the 46th question, it states, what is the difference between rank and index in Tableau? So whenever we talk about rank and index, one commonality is that both of these come under table calculations in Tableau, guys. So index is the actual entity that will deal with the record's physical location, and think about incremented numbers, for example. So as soon as incremental numbers are assigned according to the record's physical order, right? So as soon as this order is particularly met, and how is it met? by making use of index. Now, whenever you think about rank, right? So rank usually deals with the record's value. Whatever highest value is there gets the highest rank. Whatever lowest value is there gets the lowest rank. So it's a pretty simple and a straightforward business in terms of rank and index as well. Index deals with its position, record deals with its values, right? So if you have used any other programming language as well, you will understand the usage of index, and rank, as the name suggests, is a numerical value that denotes how it maps in the real world as well. Now with that, coming to the 47th question, here is another very simple question, but then if you do not know how to answer this, it can get a little difficult as well. So to answer this question that states, suppose my license expires today, can my users be able to view the dashboards or workbooks that I published in the server earlier? Well, you really have to know the answer to this question, guys. If your license expires today, right? If your server license expires today, the username of the server will change. It'll go from the name that you have put in and it'll say unlicensed user. It means that whoever created the dashboard and published it into the server cannot access it anymore. But then everyone else can still do it. So the site admin, what he can do is he can change the ownership to another person, and so at this time, what the site admin can do is the site admin can change ownership to another person. This way, we are trying to make sure that if we have and if we are making use of extracts, right, it doesn't fail. But if you do not change ownerships, you really cannot extract the data anymore if it's unlicensed. So yes, if the license expired today, you cannot have access to it, but then everyone else can. Moving on to the 48th question, it states, what is the difference between the quick filter and the normal filter in Tableau? Well, quick filter is an entity that's used to filter options and to select options in a very rapid manner. And a normal filter is something with which you can limit the options from the list. You can calculate some conditions, work with the data, limit it based upon a value, limit it based upon an index, or limit it based upon a general field in a column as well. So quick filter is used to view the filtering options, while normal filter is actually used to view a lot more compared to that as well. And hence the name quick filter and normal filter in Tableau. So make sure to mention this basic difference in a clear way to the interviewer. Moving on to the 49th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for the Tableau developer role, or let's say any other Tableau role that you might be joining for as well? So to answer this question, make sure that you keep it concise, you keep it clear, and do not talk about it for 20 minutes. So you can start answering on how you have actually worked with Tableau in your previous years. It may be your learning, it may be your use in a production environment and whatnot. And think about talking about a plan where you first understand the company structure that you're interviewing for, and how well you can have an impact in terms of Tableau will only come if you can understand how well the data is implemented there, right? How the data workflow is set up, how the infrastructure is set up, and all of that. So talk about you first having the ability to easily grasp and understand new things, and then talk about how you can better it or improvise something in the coming days with further iterations as well. It's not only just that, right? So it's all about you fitting into a role, being a team player, the ability to talk to multiple teams, and the ability to solve the problem at hand. And if you can do it very efficiently as a Tableau developer, then you open up your resume not only to just one or two interviewers, but then even to the top companies across the globe as well. So this is a very tricky question. This totally depends on your potential, your capability, but guys, it is extremely vital, as I've highlighted in the answer, that you have to keep it concise and you have to talk about how you will fit in there, right? So you really cannot barge in and say, I'm going to start changing everything up. Yes, you might have to start changing everything up only after you have understood it and you've seen a problem and you have a thorough way of solving that with your solution, which is supposedly better as well. So make sure to mention all of that. Now, coming to the last question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, guys, if you've made it to this question, congratulations. These 50 questions will add a lot of value to your Tableau interview, and I'm sure you can use this as a guide to ace all of your interviews as well. But then this question is very important. If you have ever used a certification program to learn and gain knowledge, you will understand that it will portray a lot of things, right? So you can gain a lot of knowledge in a clear way, in a concise way, from professionals across the globe. And you can make use of real world projects to concrete your learning, and you can do a lot more for a learner. But now let's talk about what it does whenever you're in an interview, right? So if you have certifications, let's say you are a certified Tableau developer, as soon as you step into this Tableau interview and you state that you have a certification and you talk about it, one thing it will show to the interviewer is that you want your career to be built around here, right? So because you would have spent a considerable amount of time, you would have spent a considerable amount of effort to go on to do something in this field as well. So in that aspect, you definitely will show a lot of aspiration there too. And another thing where you're showing strong aspiration is, let's say if you've jumped from another different background, you might be coming from a management background, you might be a Python developer who wants to become a Tableau developer now, and everything else too. So it'll show that you have the ability to grasp novel things, new things, and understand how they work. And you being serious about it also shows how your certification has added value to your life as well. And of course, since you'll be learning a new thing, in case if it was new to you, not taught in college or any of that, it will show that you are an effective learner and you have the capabilities to be taught. So being teachable is everything in today's world, and I'm sure most of you already know that as well. So one important thing you have to talk about is, of course, talk about the certifications, talk about what you learned through that certifications. But then here's a secret, guys. Here's a secret tip. Talk about how you used it rather than talking a lot about what it is, because there's a good chance they already know. So there's a good chance that the interviewer might know all the certifications that already exist with Tableau, but then he or she will absolutely have no clue what you have implemented, right? So talk about your projects, talk about your ideas, talk about the new things that you have tried, talk about your practical implementations that you have done after your learning. This is where you try to understand, and this is where you actually impress the interviewer as well, guys. So I hope these 50 questions add a lot of value to your interviewers, and I take this opportunity to wish you all the best for all the upcoming interviews as well. As always, I'll see you on the next one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Business Intelligence Master's Program in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.